this morning, we got the Charter School Authorizer Board, and we got their Executive Director, Lisa Carmarachara. And so, Lisa, I'll turn it over to you. Introduce yourself and your staff. And I think this is the first time you've been before the committee since, well, ever. I don't
Well,
know.
it's never.
Yes.
Yeah.
So thank you for being here.
I have been before the committee asking kindly for money every year, but this is the first time to come before you in an opportunity like this. So thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I am Lisa Carmacharia, and I'm the Executive Director of the Mississippi Charter School Authorizer Board. I've been with the board since 2019, but I have been in public education for over 30 years. I started out teaching special ed years ago in Pelahatchie, Mississippi, and I've moved around the state and served in several different positions throughout my time in education. And again, started here at the Authorizer in 2019. So before we get started then, I would like to introduce to you my team. They're kind of spread out here in the back. I have a couple of back row Baptists. So I think Dr. McDonald's here on the front. He is our Deputy Director of Accountability and Support. Director of Finance, the back row Baptist back there, Ms. Letitia Johnson, who most of you may recognize from the State Department of Education. I stole her with some permission and stole her from the State Department of Ed, and she's been an incredible team member already. She started in July. Then I have a program administrator sitting right next to me, Brianna Moore. She's responsible primarily for keeping up with the school's required submissions throughout the year. Among other things, she wears a lot of different hats and does PR and some other things for us. And then also in the back, I have Jordan Harris, our office administrator, who's been working alongside me since 2019. So Jordan has been through all of the ups and downs and the interesting times in the charter sector. But I also want to take a minute and recognize and thank my dear friends and colleagues, Dr. Angela Bass from Mississippi First, the executive director, and then also Dr. John Dixon from the Mississippi Charter School Association. They have been amazing support, and I appreciate your partnership more than you know. So we're going to start today with our mission, and our mission is to authorize high-quality charter schools, particularly those schools that are designed to serve underserved students. So we want to talk about expansion and how we can actually serve more children throughout the state. But before we really get into the meat of the matter in the presentation, I do want to take a few minutes, go down memory lane with you, and share some fascinating history about school choice. So conversations about vouchers and school choice actually began in the 1970s. The release of A Nation at Risk in 1983 was the real impetus for the significant changes and the reform efforts that we've seen over the past few decades. The report revealed such poor student performance and outcomes and disproportionate access to quality education that the need to reform public education took on a life of its own. So in response to the report, President Ronald Reagan said in part, well, we'll just continue to work in the months ahead for the passage of tuition tax credits, vouchers, educational savings accounts. And our agenda at this time in the 80s was to restore quality to education by increasing competition and strengthening parental choice. So then in 1988, Albert Shanker, president of AFT, who is often credited with sparking the charter school revolution, began working very closely with educators, with leaders, with business leaders, with policymakers. And in 1991, Minnesota passed the nation's first charter school law. From there, a groundswell of federal legislation took off. And in 1994, with the Improving America's School Act under President Clinton, $15 million was authorized for school districts that wanted to establish a charter school. So charter schools enjoyed further support through Obama's Race to the Top, and then again in 2002 with No Child Left Behind. In fact, No Child Left Behind required that if a school did not perform or improve over time, a parent had the option to choose a better school, including a public charter school. And to ensure those options were available and of high quality, the Bush administration provided more than $1.6 billion to help support the growth of charter schools. So throughout the years, the charter school movement has seen bipartisan support and has continued to grow with notable milestones such as the KIPP schools that opened in 1994 in Houston, the DC public charter schools in 1996, the Recovery School District in New Orleans following Katrina in 2005, and Success Academy that opened in New York in 2006. Success Academy has just made its first move outside of New York City to Miami, Florida. You may have heard the governor announce that in the past couple of weeks. And finally, this year, 42 years after A Nation at Risk and 34 years after the first charter school law was passed, the Trump administration has demonstrated its support by marking the largest investment ever to public charter schools with over $500 million dedicated to the charter school program. So what about Mississippi? The Mississippi Charter School Act was actually signed into law in 2013 to establish the charter schools as a part of the public school system. Charter schools are publicly funded. They are independently managed under a nonprofit. They are governed by members that are defined as a public servant under the ethics law. They must comply with open meetings. They are publicly accountable. They are open to all students. Students are required to take all state assessments from kindergarten through the high school. And they are subject to oversight and accountability by the authorizer and in some cases by the Department of Education. So charter authorizer board members must make high-stakes decisions regarding opening, renewal, mergers, expansions, and the closing of charter schools. Because the board's philosophy matters, I'd like to talk about the board-dependent authorizer approaches to decision-making. To begin with, all practices and all policies that are approved by the Charter Authorizer Board must first be grounded in state law and then informed by national standards and best practices. And in our case, those principles and standards come from the National Association of Charter School Authorizers, NACSA. And the most important takeaway here is that the three approaches to decision-making that you see on the screen are evidenced in the school's outcomes because decision-making matters. The Thousand Flowers Bloom approach, a rapid growth, limited screening, little rigor in the application process, and school quality is typically weak. This was an early approach. Remember the first law passed back in 91, the first school opened in 92. This was an approach to early authorizing with a mindset of let 1,000 flowers bloom, put a charter school on every street corner, and then weed out the bad ones later. This was a way to get to critical mass. And frankly, that is not a good approach. It is not the approach we need to use. It is not good for children. It's not good for families, and it's not good for communities. And it's why quality authorizers like the Fordham Foundation in Ohio have evolved over time and are now taking a smart growth, quality first approach where there's an emphasis on quality over quantity. Boards are highly selective, which results in more consistent and better school performance. You will see this type of approach in places like Michigan, Minnesota, DC, and Massachusetts. And then there's the balanced philosophy where the focus is more targeted growth. There's more stability in the outcomes, and expansion efforts are based on community need and community desire. It is more of a let's not go in and do to a community. Let's go in and do with the community based on community need, community desire. Now, for our charter sector to grow into a stable and healthy environment and ecosystem, the authorizer board must live somewhere between smart growth, quality first, and the balanced philosophy. It cannot take the thousand flowers bloom approach. The board has to always keep in mind that when operating a charter school, that's a privilege. And we have a moral and an ethical obligation to protect the people's children.
Let me interrupt you real quick. I just want to get had some questions, and I know you've got a presentation. How many charter schools do we have in the state now?
We have 10 operating.
Okay. And when we're reviewing applications for new charter schools to open a charter school, what do you look at, and what are the reasons for rejection or denial for a charter school?
Yeah, and that's kind of a nuanced question, and I can tell you in general, and then I do have a slide that will talk a little bit about our application process, so I can go into it in more detail there. But in general, you're looking for an applicant team that can bring forth a vision of excellence in academics, that they have the financial capacity, that they have the leadership capacity to bring to vision their life, that they're, or bring to life their vision for what their charter school model is going to look like. You've got to look for highly competent people who can bring a compelling application before the board and our external reviewers, and then the board has to make a decision on the readiness. Now, again, I said at a different slide, I'll talk a little bit more about the phases of the application process, what that looks like, and what that really means in practice. So,
Does the board, or do you have someone that helps applicants complete the application, or is the application too difficult? Is it too rigorous?
application is not too difficult.
Okay.
The application is rigorous as it should be. Just like I was saying a minute ago, it is a privilege to open and operate a charter school.
And about how many applications do you get per year?
Well, it depends, and I have a slide coming up that'll tell you kind of where we are now, and you'll see, oh, this was it right here. So letters of intent. So you can see, I haven't switched mine yet, but right here in 2014 and 2015, that was the first year that the charter authorizer actually went out for applications, and they had a spring and a fall. They got 30 applicants, and they approved one in the fall, I think, and one in the spring. And then in 2016, you can see a big jump. 2017, these are letters of intent. Now, I'll point out that just because an applicant team puts in a letter of intent doesn't mean that they finish the process. So they may present a letter and suggest that they're interested in opening, but when they see the rigor of the application process and the amount of money on the front end that it takes to open a charter school, they may change their mind. And we do have people drop out once they've gotten to this particular process. And then you'll see in 2021, the significant dropout or drop off that we had after COVID. And then the blue line there is the number of DNF districts. So you'll see the correlation there in the number of applicants or letters of intent, and then the actual numbers of districts that are rated D or F, which has certainly impacted our expansion opportunities throughout the state. And on the right side of that slide there, you also see the call for quality schools application process, what we were talking about, the letter of intent, which is the initial stage. Stage 1 is a completeness phase. Stage 2, threshold quality review. And then the independent evaluation team begins their review at stage 3. I'll also point out there the capacity interview is an invitation. Not every applicant would get invited to a capacity interview. So does that help answer your question? Okay. All right. So we've talked about the importance then of boards' approaches to decision making and how that impacts communities and families. So now I'll share a little bit more with you about what that application looks like in practice. So according to the law, the MCSAB is charged with doing two things: approving quality charter proposals that meet identified educational needs and declining weak or inadequate proposals. So I said earlier, the application cycle is rigorous. It's a phased process that includes that capacity interview, where eligible applicants are invited to just further demonstrate their ability to open and operate a charter school. But I will note that over the past few years, NACSA and other leaders in the charter space have recognized the need to rethink that application to some degree, and where we should be looking more at people and not at paper. Because we all know that AI can put together a beautiful application and have all the right words and all the right eduspeak, but it is that team that comes before the evaluators and then us to say either you got it or you don't. So they've got to be able to articulate what they're going to do, how they're going to support the kids, how they're going to ensure they're serving the right population in terms of special needs students and so forth. So that's an important nuance going forward, is really taking into consideration how AI can impact that application process. Then we've already talked about the chart here and the letters of intent, which is the first phase of the cycle. And then you can see the drop off there as related to COVID, and then the number of DNF districts. So building off the previous slide, then you can clearly see here the limitations to growth and the opportunities for families. So when the law was passed in 2013, there were over 35 districts rated D or F. And in 2019, when I got to the authorizer, there were 42 districts, over 200,000 children sitting in a D or an F rated school at that time. Well, that number is now at 15, which places significant restrictions on where charter school expansion, and it limits access to public options for families. And then additionally, I would note and call your attention to 3728.7. An applicant can apply in an A, B, or C district, but they can't get very far if the local school board does not take it up on the agenda. So this might be an area, depending on where we end up with legislation this year, to look at and consider going forward.
Excuse me,
Mhm.
Senator Wiggins had a question that.
Yeah, sure.
Slide.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to ask a question on. I remember when we passed this legislation and debated this, which I supported. And just looking at your slides, I think that it's actually served its purpose because it focused public charter schools into the DNF districts. But as also expected under the law, we have improved that, which, as you say, has decreased y'all's chance, which makes sense. But
Right.
I think I want to ask about that part of the statute that says local school board votes. Seems to me, or I want to hear your perspective, because I don't necessarily think that it's the A, B, and C part of the statute. It's that the fact that the public school district, local boards are not voting to allow the charter school. And that's a problem. And so my point is, why are these public school districts not voting to allow a public charter school in these areas? And please give me, I know the normal stuff. Sorry. I know what, they're a threat and all this other jazz that we always hear. What, from y'all's perspective, why aren't they, if you're in a C district, why isn't a C district school board that is voted on by the local people allowing and putting on their agenda a public charter school?
I wish that I could answer that. And I don't think I have a real good answer for you, but I have an example. So we had a very qualified applicant last year that was going through the process proposing to open a special school in a district where that school was going to serve special needs children. The whole model was for special needs. And so I myself spoke to the superintendent of that district several times and encouraged them to take it up on their agenda because that would expand opportunities. That district didn't have a special school for special needs, and that population has special needs kids, that area of the state, just like all of the state does. And so although the applicant was able to speak to the superintendent, they decided for whatever reason not to take it up and put it on their agenda and vote on it. So it does limit opportunities for special schools to expand into areas of need. And it might be a school for autism. It might be a school for students with other types of disabilities, speech language, whatever that might look like. But it feels like there's an opportunity to expand with parameters, understanding that we really want to focus on special types of schools and certain specific models.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but under the statute, a local school district, if they so choose, could actually create a public charter school.
Yes, sir, they can have a
And-
conversion.
Okay, and to my knowledge, no local school district has done that.
No, sir.
So the legislature has put in tools in place to allow this to happen, yet the local school districts have chosen not to take advantage of these situations.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Bryant, question.
I think one answer to all of this is there are people like me who still believe in public education and public schools. We believe that a public school is the embodiment of the community. And there's more to having Amory High School than simply educating children. It also is an embodiment of the community. It's where everybody can get an education. It's not where you've skimmed off a few people whose parents are very much involved and will go through the process of signing them up to a charter school. It's not where you've skimmed off a bunch of students and taken them off who can afford transportation and find some other public school to go to. It's not a place where every fly-by-night operation can come down to the state treasury and demand a check that otherwise would go to the public school so they can go off and do whatever they want to with it. But believe in a community where everybody is pulling together, where the community and the students have common experiences, where all the people who are going to live together in the community get to know each other and have common experiences, which is sort of the basis of what holds communities together. And from my perspective, the whole concept of a rural community is under relentless attack. And certainly the public schools for a couple of decades now have been under relentless attack. And I suspect what's going on is the public school boards are overwhelmed with just trying to keep up with all of the constant propaganda that's out there. At some point, I would like to find out what happens to the children that are left in the public school after the charter school is drained off all of as many children as they do. Who's supposed to educate the children that are left?
Mr. Chairman, may I comment?
Briefly, please.
Well, I will just say, I agree that the schools are the community. My district has that. But the fact of the matter remains that the school boards aren't taking advantage of laws that we put into place to help them. They're not doing it. It's been 12 years. And if they're afraid of the charter school, then go create your own charter school for special needs. And we talk about local control. They signed up, they ran for the office just like we did. Anyway, I think there's a lot to be said for that. And I just want to finish this comment by saying charter schools are public schools. They are public. They're not private, they're public.
Thank you.
Let me ask her quick. So
Yes, sir.
it seems, oh, you didn't say it, that you're advocating that charter schools be allowed into C district schools, A, B, and C, or what's your position? What's
Yes.
the board's position on the expansion of charter schools?
Yes, sir. And at the end of the presentation, I have three real asks for those.
We might not get to the
I
end.
know.
I
And
just-
so,
I'm-
so the answer is yes, we would like that. There's really three things we want to do.
Why don't you tell us what those three things
Okay.
are now?
So we would like to see charter schools expand into any districts with parameters. And I want to make sure I say that very clearly so that there is a model, because here's what's happened. I think, and this is a personal opinion, I think in our situation, we have in some cases created a parallel system to the traditional school system. So we haven't had a real model. So we haven't had a Montessori school. We haven't had a school for aviation or a school for, supporting workforce development or a school for arts and music that could, feed into the School of the Arts. So I fear that we've in our restrictive areas that we've kind of created a parallel system to the traditional system. I would like to see innovation. And so the innovation and the ask to go into any district is built into those parameters. There are a list of typical basic types of school models that are used and utilized throughout the nation. And those are listed actually in the back of your program there. So not in the slide deck, but in the handout, the booklet. So that's one thing that we're talking about. We also need some clarity around defining, in particular, a charter school management organization and an educational service provider. Those are two different things. And in the current code section, they're not very clear. So we'd like clarity around that. And then the last thing that we want to ask for is increased accountability. And you probably won't hear that from very, very many people in the education space. But we believe that it is incredibly important to hold our schools to a high standard. And I'll point out that that goes back to decision-making and the decision-making process that the board has and takes on into their philosophy. So those are the primary three things, and they're really outlined and detailed and specific in your
You
folder.
mentioned the CMO or Charter Management Organization. Tell me isn't that like a company or something, but they have multiple charter schools?
Yes, sir. If you,
Could be even located outside the state?
yes, sir. Yes, absolutely.
And is it been in the past where some of our state money is being sent out of state and commingled with other schools, and the accountability of that money is really,
One of the
you don't know
reasons,
where the money went?
certainly one of the reasons that we want to see some clarity in the law around CMOs in particular is so that we don't run into an issue where there's a question about where public monies from Mississippi are going. And that's another reason that our performance framework looks deeply into the financial practices of the public charter school to make sure that they are practicing their fiduciary responsibility with the public taxpayers' dollars.
Thank you.
All right. So real quickly then, we talked about the fact that Mississippi has 10 operating schools right now in 5 different districts. We've grown from under 500 students to serving over 4,200 now. And there is a significant demand for charter schools where in 23-24, there were nearly 3 out of 4 students who would like to have attended a charter school who could not. And that demand came from 18 districts throughout the school, throughout the state, which means that we were pulling students from C districts at that time. The law was amended to allow students to cross C districts into our schools back in 2016. So next slide then. Okay, so the data you see on this slide here is sourced from the Mississippi Department of Education. It provides comparative student-teacher ratios where 70% of our schools are serving more children per classroom than the traditional district. Charter schools have to follow the law. They cannot be discriminatory in their enrollment practices. And frankly, the myth that charter schools often cherry-pick students and serve smaller class sizes than the classes in the overcrowded traditional schools should not be accepted simply on its face without researching the school by school. And while smaller class sizes are associated with higher student performance, what's happening inside the classroom in terms of instruction and the use of high quality materials is what's most important. So we'll move into accountability real quickly here. Beyond that of state assessments, charter schools are subject to our performance framework. The objective of that framework is to provide charter school operators boards with clear expectations, fact-based oversight, and timely feedback while ensuring the charter school's autonomy. Okay, if I can get mine to turn. All right. So I want you to really pay attention to this slide if you could. This is an example of what our frameworks look like. And I'm going to point out here, this is real data. This is real data from 2025. Those are 3 different schools with 3 different reports. We look at every single one of those areas: academics, financial, and the organizational health of the school. The framework includes compliance measures, proficiency measures, growth measures and comparisons, academic readiness, long-term measures of financial stability, as well as compliance for special populations. There are multiple indicators within each one of those frameworks, sub-indicators where we look at comparisons of student subgroups. And I said, this is real data. So you may be looking at it and thinking to yourself, what in the world under the financial piece, you've got 2 meets and 1 approaches. Why would that person or that school get a fails to meet? And the answer is the authorizer has to be able to use professional judgment, because whenever a school's audit comes to us and we're reviewing that audit, those measures underneath and the metrics below may suggest there's a healthy financial situation at that school. However, in the notes, you may find that a school is in debt default. You may find there's material weaknesses that are ongoing. You may find internal control issues, or you may find a going concern. And those must be flagged because we look at renewal for performance over time. If we don't note it here, then the evaluators who are looking at renewal and our board doesn't know that there's an issue. So it's incumbent upon us to use professional judgment during our performance framework reports. Next slide then. So the next slide here is an example of an elementary school. And what I didn't say earlier, and I should back up and tell you, the framework is built on grade configuration. So every school is not measured the same way. If you have kindergarten and first graders only, you're only going to be held to those standards. If you have K-8, you're going to be held to all the standards and measures that would measure student performance against the state assessment, kindergarten readiness, and third grade Literacy-Based Promotion Act. So recently, the president of NACSA said about state assessments, and I'll quote, "Simply put, without assessment data, authorizers cannot ensure that schools are high quality, that families have trustworthy information, or that all students are held to a rigorous statewide standards." So the one thing I want to make clear is that assessments measure state standards are foundational to understanding student learning and charter school authorizing. This slide too is from 2025. It is from a school that serves grades K-6, and when compared to comparable schools in the district, it is either meets or exceeds expectations. So you see that column that says school proficiency rates. What that tells me in ELA is that Black or African-American children in this school had 31.5% proficiency rate compared to the local district in which the school is located, comparable schools at 25.66. They have to be at up to 19% to get to a meets expectation, 20% or better for exceeds. Okay, so how an authorizer can support its schools is another.
That question, I think
Sure.
Senator Senator Norwood, do you have a question? Okay. Senator Blunt has a question.
Thank you very much for going over the oversight that you provide to these charter schools with regard to their academic performance, their financial management. You know exactly what they're doing with their money, and because this is tax money and you know that it's being spent for educational purposes. And so you have access to the same test that the public schools are taking to make sure children are learning.
That's right.
You have access to oversight of their money to make sure it's being spent toward that end. And their organizational performance, which I sort of think of, I know this is not exactly the same, the accreditation standards that the state board has for public schools.
That's fair comparison.
And so the reason for that is the the legislature passed requires that oversight, and these schools take tests and their academic performance is posted online,
That's right.
and you can see how they do. Now, our elementary schools in Byram are doing better than all of the charter schools in the state, but all of this is public and it's accountable, and you have a team of people here
Yes, sir.
who are making sure that that money is well spent for the education of that child.
That's
Do you have any oversight of funds provided to schools under the Children's Promise Act, which I believe is about $18 million a year, to make sure those same standards of learning and financial responsibility are being met?
not to my knowledge. Now, state investment pre-K, and some of those programs, but I am not, and that might be a question for Letitia, my finance person, if she knows that answer.
And I'm gonna try to repeat what I heard you say because people couldn't hear you. You're not aware of any oversight from the state regarding funds provided by the Children's Promise Act for academic achievement or fiscal oversight. What about money provided through education scholarship accounts and what schools that money is spent at? Is there any oversight by your board or any board of the state to measure the academic performance or the type of schools that are getting that tax money?
For the ESAs?
Yes.
We don't have anything to do at all with ESAs or any of the other options that are out there. The State Department of Education would manage that.
Because charter schools are public schools.
Right.
So is there value, since they're receiving tax money, in having this oversight in place? Is there value when the state of Mississippi sends tax money to a school to have people who monitor their academic performance and make sure the money's being spent legally and for a reasonable purpose and that basic accreditation standards are being met? Or should we just get rid of all that and consider it just government bureaucracy and just give money to these schools without any of this oversight that you've talked about this morning?
Absolutely not. We have a moral, ethical, fiduciary responsibility to make sure that our schools are spending their taxpayer dollars in the right way. And we take that very, very seriously. I can assure you that we are digging into that data. That last slide that we talked about, that school this year is going to get a fails to meet because that school has a significant finding in their audit from FY25. That is something that is incredibly important to me and to my staff. We are that ticking and tying, to use the CPA term. We are making sure that all those monies are spent appropriately. And when we have a question, we are reaching out to the state auditor's office and others for support because we've had that.
Yeah.
And we are happy to reach out when there's something that we don't quite get because we're not the CPAs, then we're going to reach out for support.
Well, it's all very impressive. I appreciate you answering my questions.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll just kind of breeze through this last slide here. This is about kind of the support that we can provide for charter schools while respecting their autonomy. And Amy may speak a little more to that. So here, I'm going to get into the meat here. So it's really time. It is really, really past time for us to start talking about charter school performance beyond their grade level. Our charter schools are by law an LEA. However, they must operate as separate and distinct, which means they operate as a school. So Mississippi's accountability model illustrates school and district performance through a wide range of data. It's presented in a variety of different reports from kindergarten to third grade readiness and graduation rates. What it does not do is clearly delineate that while we function as an LEA, we are again by law separate and distinct. And you can see on this slide where we've had success by school over the years back to 2019, where Reimagine Prep outperformed 300 traditional schools in the state, where Clarksdale Collegiate was in the top 10 in kindergarten readiness, where LaFleur Legacy outperformed over 100 traditional schools. And this is a slide I want to move on to here. Third grade literacy-based promotion act 2025 results. Ambition Prep Charter School, West Jackson, Clarksdale Collegiate in North Mississippi outperformed each one of these school districts, not schools, outperformed them on their initial pass rate for the third grade Literacy-Based Promotion Act. You can see the average state initial pass rate was 77, I believe, 77 point something. 72% at Ambition, Clarksdale Collegiate at 69.3. And you can see West Bolivar, Water Valley, Noxubee, North Panola, all of these schools, our schools outperformed them on that initial pass rate. The other thing I want to say here is that some of these districts have multiple schools. So for example, Columbus, where I worked years ago, I believe they still have 4 elementary schools. That means that our 2 schools outperformed every single elementary school in third grade for the initial pass rate on that assessment. Oops, I went too far. Okay. All right. And here's one slide that I think is another good example. So when you peel back the onion and you look at the data by school, not by district, for 2 consecutive years, Ambition Prep has outperformed schools in A-rated districts. Now, some of you may recognize those districts, and you may recognize those other districts that are listed in your handout. And this is not a complete list, but it clearly demonstrates that charter schools in many, many cases are doing much better than some of our own traditional schools. You can find additional data on page 12, 13, and 14 in your presentation there. All right.
Hold on.
So-
Senator Bryan had a question.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first, let me say this is not peculiar to this presentation, but we constantly get material that's very difficult to read. Somebody's got a computer, somebody's got access to all these different colors, and it all looks pretty unless you try to read it. And one problem is we have these slides that are shrunk down so small that they're illegible. And for some reason, and some of the stuff I'm looking at, it seems that the typeface is very light, and then it's got colors behind it, and it's hard to see what's going on. But that's not peculiar to this presentation. I just don't understand that. But it seems to me that if I understand what's going on, the only charter school that in 2025 will have a C rating is, see if I can find it here, Ambition Prep. And that the others are receiving Ds and Fs. Am I correct about that?
Yes, sir. In 2025, that is correct.
And it looks to me like that what you have done in the data you've just given is that you've selected the charter schools that are doing the very best among charter schools, and then comparing them to the public schools with the lowest record. And so basically what it amounts to is this data to me says, based on the information that whatever criteria was used to get this, it shows that the very best charter schools are doing better than the very worst public schools. Is there something I'm missing here?
No, sir, I don't think you're missing something, but I would point out that this has been consistent over the years, that charter schools as an independent school have been outperforming schools within high-performing districts. And so when you're comparing a 700-point school to a 700-point school, we've had significant numbers of schools over the years, not just Ambition, not just Clarksdale, not just Reimagine Prep. And as all schools do, they fluctuate over the years. And so we know that there's a time for improvement. We also know there's a time in a charter school when there's going to be a need for us to close a school because it is on a 5-year contract. And that is a board decision that would have to be made if your performance over time suggests the need for that. I will also point out that I did not include all of the schools that outperformed a number of schools in the state. So we have other schools that outperformed maybe 100 traditional schools or more. Those were just the high flyers that I flagged for this particular report.
Well, I don't want to belabor the point, but again, I'll just say it appears to me we're comparing the very best charter schools to the very worst public schools. And just leave it at that.
Thank you.
Well, let me follow up on that. I see, looking at the data, we've got 7 schools that receive grades, 7 districts, excuse me, I guess. 1 C, 5 Ds and an F. Why is that? I mean, it seems like the grades are declining. And you've asked us to consider expanding the law to allow charter schools when the schools that are being operated are probably performing worse off than the local school district that they come from. So explain to me or give me an argument as to why we should expand the law when the performance is not good as it is.
I think the best explanation that I can give you all is that we know that there are schools throughout this state that are not providing high quality options for families, whether they're on the coast or in DeSoto County or right here in Jackson or even Madison. And so those families that are in those districts also deserve a choice. They also deserve a public choice where they can work with their local districts and have a public choice or an opportunity to serve the needs of their children. Because we do know that there are a lot of schools, 700-point schools, when you're comparing apples to apples, that are not serving the needs of that population.
So you talked about Ambition Prep.
Yes.
The best of the charter schools grade wise. It has a C rating of 341 points, but the data indicates they're in the JPS school district, which is also a C, and that's 536 points. So why should a child want to leave JPS and go to a lesser performing charter school? Is it just because, hey, they need to have a choice, or when the educational outcomes seem to be worse off in the charter school?
I think to answer that.
Microphone on, make sure you're speaking.
Can you hear me now? So I think to answer that, Senator, that families choose for different reasons. Some families have chosen to go to a public charter school because they felt like their children were in a safer environment. Some families have chosen because they feel like their children are known and seen and heard in that environment as opposed to a larger school. And so sometimes it's not maybe the academic outcome of the overall school that a parent chooses that. Maybe it's their child is doing well. And so I think there are a variety of reasons that you have to consider expansion for the right reasons, and expansion with parameters to give more families in those high-performing districts even options should a charter school like to locate in that district.
Senator Boyd.
I think one of the things that I continuously hear, and there's some great things that are coming out of some of the charters, but there is an issue, a criticism that I think is lingering out there that I think is legitimate. So I'm looking here at one of these, and Since 16, they've had an F, an F, a D, an F, a D, and a D. At what point, one of the reasons that charters were sold is for that accountability and efficiency, and I appreciate you bringing those up. But one of the reasons that charters were sold as a good option, as if they didn't work and if they were not high performing, they would be shut down. Can you tell us maybe why, and I understand you haven't been over this the whole time, can you tell us why when we see that type of low performance, and a D is a low performance to
Right.
me, why we see a school district that's never gotten above a D, that's been operational 16?
I can help you with that.
Yeah, thank you.
So I think we all know which school we're talking about here, but the school was rated an F its first year, an F its second year, and a D its third year, and then COVID hit. And it happened to be in renewal. And so we gave grace, of course, just like everybody, the State Department did. There was grace given to where there were no ratings and there were no test scores. And after, I think 19 was the last year we received state assessment data. So to have all the data that we needed to fairly assess the success or not of this school in particular, we gave them grace through that, but we did give them a conditional renewal. And so we built in conditions that school had to meet. Now, you can see over time that school has continued to not do well. And I'll go back to what I said earlier. There are board-dependent decision-making. The board is absolutely the most critical player in the room outside of staff and what we do and what we bring to the board. And I have a board member here. So I have two. I see another one. So I have two board members here and they understand they are under a lot of pressure in decision making, and we always want to err on the side of children where we can. And if we see some level of hope in the data, we're going to try to give them the benefit of the doubt. But at some point, the board and we, myself included, have to be willing to say, this is not working and we need to close you. High quality authorizers do that. High quality authorizers across the nation open and close, and they open and look for quality on the front end as opposed to the back end, going back to those decision-making pieces that I talked about earlier. If you have high standards on the front end, the likelihood of your schools performing throughout their contract term is much better than if you have low standards on the front end and approve using the 1,000 flowers, bloom approach. So I hope that helps.
Well, I think we're at our time, but I'll close Senator Norwood. One question, I guess.
I guess I have a couple of questions and most of the other questions have been answered, but you said that oftentimes, or maybe that the parents would choose the public charter school rather than the public schools based on other reasons other than academics. Do you have a catalog of, and I represent Jackson,
Yes, sir.
former school board member, do you have a catalog of why the children choose not to attend Jackson Public School and rather for the public charter school?
We don't have a catalog, but we have stakeholder survey data that goes back to 2019, 2020. And in fact, we have an advocacy group and we are doing our own stakeholder survey right now to find out exactly why parents are choosing our schools over local schools. So we will have that data updated. I think the latest data we had was probably 2022, but we can have that and I can get that information for you if you'd like, just to know, because parents do choose schools based on what they feel is best for their children. And the thing about a public charter school is, in my opinion, we're a public choice. You know, we talked about a few things earlier, other options, and I think the beauty of public charters, one, we've kind of, left our charters in a bad place, putting them only in DNF districts to begin with. No, we have the most restrictive law in the entire nation. And to allow them to move into other areas to operate to serve families and children, I think is the right thing to do.
And my final question would be, could you share the per student costs?
Yes, sir. I think I have that in, I know. I may not have it in here, but I can certainly get that for you. And I just would point out your newer schools that are operational, first year, second year, their student cost is going to be higher than the others. But I can get that for you. I have it on a slide I didn't include, so I can get that for you here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Wood. Just let me close by saying, thank you for being here. We appreciate you coming before the committee. I am concerned that the schools, the charter schools have not progressed to where they need to be. We have 1C, 5 Ds, and an F. And so, like Senator Wiggins, I would like to see more charter schools, but it's hard to justify that when the performance that we have just isn't up to snuff. And so hopefully the board will take some action to correct these schools to provide the guidance they need, especially when we know as a committee that, as we've heard earlier from the department, that the accountability ratings are going to be more difficult next year. And so I think the board needs to take some action to correct these schools, to raise these grades, or to shut them down. There needs to be accountability by the board to they're running these schools, they're in charge of these schools, and they're not performing. I'm also concerned that, as the data shows, that virtual education by students does not work as well as in person, and that the board has approved a virtual charter school up in an area that broadband is a concern. And so I'm interested to see how that works out. Hopefully next year, when we come back, the ratings will be better. If not, I think there needs to be drastic changes by the legislature, whether it's creating a new board, disbanding this board, putting on the Department of Education or something, because this is not acceptable. And so I know you're working hard, Dr. K, and so, but this needs to be changed and fixed.
The one thing I might just say, if that's okay, just with respect to improving our accountability. If you will look in the back of this handout, it's very clear that we're asking for stronger accountability so the board can make those decisions. The board is locked in sometimes because of the fact that they're on a 5-year contract. And so if we can't take action mid-year or right before a renewal, then the board can't make a.
But if there is legislation that needs to be done, and now you and I have talked about this in the
Yes.
past, and you've been doing a great job. If there's legislation that needs to be changed where the board can take action quicker, please let us know. We will get that out.
Got it in here. So
Okay.
it's built off of Florida's model, and I think you'll appreciate what's in there.
Thank you. Thank
Thank
you
you.
so much. We appreciate it. Thank you for being here. Up next, we have Amy Evan, who's on Zoom. She is a senior research associate from West Ed. She's going to talk about charter schools and what successful charter schools are like and what they do, and what their practices are. Can everybody see? Okay. All right. Amy, are you there? We can't
I'm
hear
here,
you.
Chairman. Can
Okay.
you hear me?
Thank you. Thank you. The floor is yours, Amy. Please introduce yourself and please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning Chairman DeBar and members of the Senate Education Committee. My name is Amy Evan, and I am a Senior Research Associate and School Improvement Specialist with WestEd. Like Dr. Kamacharya, I also started in education as a special education teacher. And with that, being a middle school teacher, feel free to interrupt me. It doesn't rattle me. I'm used to it. So ask questions as I go through. Thank you again for the opportunity. As Dr. Kamacharya has walked us through Mississippi's story, how the Charter School Act began and how the sector has evolved so deliberately and thoughtfully over the past decade, my goal today is to take a step back and show how the national evidence aligns with that approach, what it might suggest for where Mississippi can go next. So if Dr. Kamacharya has laid out the what and the why of Mississippi's charters approach, my role this morning is to share the so what. What does the national evidence tell us about the impact of charter schools? What distinguishes states where charters are fulfilling their promise from those that are still finding their footing? So I'll start with the national picture, and we'll dig into what 3 decades of research show, and then bring that back to what those lessons might mean here right in Mississippi. So with our grounding in Mississippi's careful design, let's take a step back and see what the national data tell us. We'll start close up with what happens with individual students across the nation, what I like to call the microscope view, and then we'll widen the lens from there. So when we look at the national landscape of charter school performance, 2 major bodies of research help us understand the impact of charter schools from different vantage points. The first comes from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT's microscope view, which really zooms in on what happens to individual students who attend a high-quality charter school. These studies are rigorous, lottery-based, what we call the gold standard in research. And they're gold standard because we get to compare students that won a seat in a charter school via lottery and compare their outcomes with students who would have liked to attended that charter school, but unfortunately it was oversubscribed and so didn't get to attend. So we get to look at what is the value add of a charter school on a student's outcomes and trajectory. So this first table gives us a sense in different states what has been the impact on students attending charter schools. So we see that students got higher SAT scores, for the most part, were higher AP scores. They took the AP, so they had more opportunities for that rigorous instruction. One thing we do see is that not all students graduate on time nationally. But what the MIT Blueprint does is combine 40 lottery-based research projects into across 3 decades of research. And the next slide shows us, what that impact of attending a charter school is for students long-term. So we see a higher likelihood of attending a 4-year college, enrolling in college, and persisting in college. So in education, we've been talking about college and career readiness, but what these researchers were really interested in is whether it's not just getting students to the college door, but it's actually what is the impact of attending a charter school on getting you through college. It's one thing to meet the entrance requirements and get kids excited about going to college, but it's another to make sure that they're actually prepared to be successful in college. And again, these studies were done over the last 30 years when the push for college was almost ad nauseum. Many schools like KIPP and Success Academy were college-bound schools. As we're starting to revamp and relook at what it is that students will in fact need after high school graduation, we're recognizing that career preparation is also really important. So we're going to talk a little bit about what that means across the board. So while MIT gives us this close-up, this student level view, what happens when a single student wins a seat in a high-quality charter? Our next set of studies take a step back and take a wide angle lens. So let's take a look at what Credo studies have shown. And Credo looks across states. So whereas the MIT studies really looked individually at states, what Credo does is look across the nation and pinpoint what is happening within the charter sector itself. How do systems perform when autonomy and accountability scale? So this is what I like to call the telescope view, because together with MIT as the microscope, Credo as the telescope, they help us see both the details and the patterns, which could give us guidance about policy-wise where Mississippi may want to go. So let's take a look at what this slide is saying. The biggest headline is that charter school performance is improving, that the average charter student gains an additional 16 days of reading and 6 in math each year compared to peers in traditional public schools. Now, unfortunately, most of the research on charter schools does compare outcomes to students in traditional public schools. We have to have a comparison, and unfortunately, that is usually the one needed. So Credo found stronger overall gains for charter students, but also noted an area of improvement. Students with disabilities nationwide in charter schools showed weaker growth than in traditional schools. And so it's a reminder to us that real success means making sure that every student benefits from choice and from innovation. And that's why we are now starting to see more and more schools, charter schools being developed and started that are specifically catering and serving students with disabilities, especially students with severe disabilities like autism and intellectual disabilities as well. So the gains that we just examined have increased in each of Credo's studies. So Credo's first study was in 2009, their second study was in 2013, and then this third study was in 2023. And what we see is that there is a maturing in the charter sector. There is a self-correcting going on in the charter sector. Charter schools aren't static, they're evolving. And over time, we're finding more of that balance between freedom and results. And as Dr. Kamacharya mentioned, in the beginning, the goal was innovation through variety, letting 1,000 flowers bloom. But today, the goal is really around refinement through evidence, ensuring that every new charter reflects what we've learned from 3 decades of research. So we can see that overall charter schools have improved over time, but that growth hasn't been uniform. Some models are consistently stronger than others. And what we're putting together is what to learn from those consistently stronger models. So one of the clearest examples comes from the Credo data on charter management organizations, something that Dr. Kamacharya and our discussion this morning touched on CMOs. And CMOs can be nonprofits Education management organizations, or EMOs, are the for-profit version, but oftentimes those EMOs are very limited across the charter sector. It's usually a charter management organization, a nonprofit organization that forms a network and operate multiple schools under a shared model. So nationally, CMOs run about a quarter of charter schools, but educate over a third of the charter students that are in charter schools. And they account for the majority of the sector's learning gain. So here you can see what Credo labels the network effect. Schools operated by a CMO show stronger gains than many standalone charter schools, and both generally outpace traditional public schools. So we go back actually here. The data show that students in CMO affiliated schools gain roughly 27 additional days of learning. It's almost like students attended school for an extra month in reading and 23 days in math compared to their matched peers in district schools. So what is driving these kinds of results? Credo found a couple of things. New charter management organizations and new schools within those CMOs start strong. So they're outperforming their local district peers right out of the gate, and their gains gather steam over time. Quality doesn't depend on size or age. So some large CMOs are exceptional. Other CMOs have expanded too fast and spread to uneven results. Some of the research that I've conducted has shown when a CMO expands out of state, and this was also found in the Credo study, there is a learning curve and there is a transition that happens. Not all expansions go well, but they do when there's enough time and deliberate action to understand that new state's policy environment, legislative requirements, reporting requirements, accountability, etc. However, when a CMO clusters its schools in one state, students gain significantly more learning than when that network operates across multiple states. And that's just largely because state policies and authorizing practices are so different. And that's why it was so newsworthy that a CMO like Success Academy is expanding outside of New York and into Florida. When CMOs take on turnaround schools, they often succeed in turning around those schools and doing so without dragging down or bringing lower academic scores to the rest of their network. And the reason being is because they've built really strong systems that can absorb struggling schools and still sustain that performance. So together, these findings show that excellence can indeed scale, but only when systems around schools, including authorizers, ensure both that flexibility and that accountability. So really, the lesson here is structure matters, networks, and working with CMOs who bring shared supports can certainly lift performance faster. And that's a lesson that Mississippi can apply through its own incubator or regional collaboration, both things that Dr. Kamacharya and her team are considering. So let's take a look at where charter schools are having high impacts. And really across the board, charter schools are performing higher than their traditional public schools in states all across the nation. We can see a couple that stand out where that performance is less than their traditional public schools, like in Oregon, in New York. But this slide highlights the jurisdictions where charter schools gained statistically significantly more learning in both reading and math. States like Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Tennessee, New York, including New York City, show strong results. And those are older sectors. Those point to policies, accountability, authorizer capacity, and sector maturity as key factors. So the lesson here for Mississippi could be twofold. It matters where schools operate, i.e. the state policy context, but it also matters how the authorizing and oversight infrastructure function. The fact that only certain states show strong results means that this isn't automatic. It's not just because you build it, they will flourish and they will be amazing. It must be built. Something that Mississippi has been doing for the last 10 years. But let's talk about what this policy framework means for charter success. So Credo's findings remind us of something really fundamental, that law and policy matter. It's not enough to say charters can work. Charters work when the policy framework allows them to. And that policy framework has two parts. On the one hand, we have autonomy. Schools have the freedom to design, teach, and innovate. On the other is accountability. They're held to a particular standard, and authorizers and the board set that high bar, they monitor that performance, and they act when results are weak. What's really important for Mississippi, the data shows success is attainable in many ways. There isn't just one blueprint, just one avenue to get there. But the share of strong charters is growing and the share of weak ones is shrinking, which tells us systems are learning. Mississippi already reflects many of these elements that are found in high quality charter sectors. The framework, the policy opportunity is limited by design. It's focused on districts with the highest need, and it emphasizes careful authorizing. That intentionality places Mississippi in a position to learn from others' missteps rather than repeat them. And this leads to clear policy implications. Invest in the authorizer, maintain rigorous entry and renewal processes, enable school innovation, and view the charter sector as part of the broader public education ecosystem rather than an isolated experiment. So I want to move us into bringing home the evidence and what these national lessons may mean for Mississippi's charter framework. MIT shows us what's possible under ideal research conditions, while Credo shows us how those lessons play out at scale, and together they tell us a clear story. When flexibility and accountability travel together, students benefit. The national research shows the strongest gains where authorizers are well-resourced, where they can provide early warning and technical support, precisely the kind of work Mississippi's authorizer board has begun through the Indicators of Distress initiative. And I'm going to talk a little bit about what that looks like and what that's looked like in Mississippi. Mississippi's approach didn't happen in isolation. It's part of a 30-year national experiment in how autonomy and accountability can coexist. The research gives us perspective on what's working, where, and why. So let's look at how Mississippi's approach reflects what the national evidence tells us and where there are opportunities to strengthen what's already working. When we look nationally, several states, as I mentioned, consistently rise to the top. Massachusetts, Rhode Island, New York, including New York City, Tennessee, New Jersey, and DC. These are all mature ecosystems, but they also have high authorizer standards, clear accountability, and what we don't talk so much about are systems of support. What's important is that we don't look to carbon copy these models, but to note what could work in Mississippi that enabled their success. Rigorous oversight, which you have, investment in leadership capacity, which you have, and transparent data, also there. The Mississippi context, however, is slightly different. Charter schools in Mississippi serve the highest need districts by design. this is considered more of a reform strategy rather than a choice strategy. However, the same principles apply. Excellence doesn't emerge by accident. It's cultivating through systems that balance freedom and responsibility. Perhaps more instructive for Mississippi, given the limited expansion, are places like Tennessee, Louisiana, and Florida. Each of these states began their charter school ecosystem cautiously, often focusing on students most in need. And then over time, they built capacity. They built that standardized oversight, and they strengthened their pipelines for leaders and teachers. And these states show that high performance isn't confined to any one region. It's tied to how intentional the policy design and support systems are. Mississippi can build on this same foundation, limited by design, but high in expectation. That brings us home to what this may work in the Mississippi context. How do we use what we've learned nationally to strengthen what's already here? The charter sector was intentionally designed for a cautious start. Under current law, new charters may open only in districts rated D or F, unless brought to the board. This deliberate structure reflects a desire to focus resources where the need is greatest, serving students historically underserved by the traditional system. But I will say, nationally, this is somewhat atypical. Most states allow charter growth across all districts, though some, like Tennessee, Louisiana, and the early New Orleans Recovery District, use charters strategically as an intervention model in low-performing areas. Most states allowed for charters across the districts and across the state. Some even serve statewide, so students, there's just open enrollment. So what does this research offer? It offers two clear lessons. Targeted charters in high-need areas can yield strong gains. However, when working with and utilizing charter as a reform strategy, charters need support and they need time to undo many years, sometimes decades, of under opportunity and generational and generations of schools that struggled. The research also offers another lesson around broad access. So paired with the rigorous authorizing that Mississippi currently has, allows a more balanced portfolio, one that includes both turnaround focused and innovation focused schools. So there's kind of two avenues to go. One is keeping that focus in those D and F districts with additional support. The other is broadening that access and allowing schools to learn from one another in terms of what is working in those less impoverished, less historically underperforming districts. So in Mississippi, the result of the limited by design approach is a sector that serves the state's most vulnerable students, those facing both academic and economic challenges. When we compare outcomes to the national data, it's important to interpret the results in that context. Charter performance here reflects not a failure of design, but an intensity of student need. The policy challenge is not to lower expectations, and I don't think anyone in this room is saying that. However, it is important to ensure that the support systems match the task. So charters serving the hardest to serve populations need early capacity building. They need sustained leadership pipelines, and they need targeted technical assistance. The national research, especially from Credo and the MIT Blueprint, show that charters serving high poverty communities can succeed when they have these supports. So for legislatures, this raises several options. Maintain that accountability, continue to hold charters to high standards, but align evaluation with starting conditions. Invest in infrastructure. Provide supports for planning, leadership, facilities, so that the funds that are being used aren't being used for these operational expenses that are typically funded through the district. Revisit the growth policy. Perhaps consider piloting charter options in other districts or other categories, such as bringing in innovative models, developing innovation zones, creating CTE models or partnership schools where a charter school and a district school partner together to share resources like staffing and facilities. All those things could diversify the sector. And then tell the story clearly. What is the purpose of charter schools in Mississippi? Communicate that to the public, that the results aren't directly compared to states serving a broader mix of students. In short, Mississippi's charter law has created a sector that is small, but deeply mission-driven. As you evaluate the next decade, the question is not whether charters can fix systemic inequities alone, but how to use charter flexibility as one part of a broader statewide improvement strategy. The schools serving students in charter schools are some of the most challenging contexts by design. They work with families who face long-standing barriers to opportunity. Expectations must stay high, but support also has to match. Research shows that when high-need students attend well-supported charter schools, their learning gains can be significant. Mississippi's law limits charters to DNF districts unless invited locally. A very deliberate quality guardrail that means these schools are doing the hardest work first. National data tells us what it takes to succeed in that context: strong authorizing, leadership pipelines, and startup supports. That's why authorizing is so critical. The policy framework is the foundation, but it's the follow-through, the oversight, and early support that turns policy into lasting results for students. So let's take a look at what that could mean and how strong authorizing turns good policy into lasting results. Good policy only matters if it's followed through with strong oversight. Frameworks create the rules of the road. Follow through is what ensures when we travel them. If the framework is the foundation, then oversight is the architecture that stands on top of it. Dr. Kamacharya and her team have put the right guardrails in place, and they're using tools like the indicators of distress to spot early warning signs and support schools before small problems grow. Having these right-size frameworks are only the beginning. The real work happens in how we oversee, resource, and support schools to ensure flexibility always leads to accountability and ultimately better outcomes. So now what? How do we strengthen oversight, and what might be some next steps? One of the hardest things about being an authorizer, especially coming from the education space, is that the authorizer's role is not to run schools. It's really to serve as a steward, as a beacon of quality, of access, and public trust. And balancing that autonomy with accountability is nuanced. You're holding schools accountable, you're setting clear expectations, you're protecting students while also enabling innovation into models that we know have been successful. And you're making data-driven decisions on renewal and closure. At the end of the day, the authorizer's job isn't to steer the ship or row the boat, it's to keep watch, to ensure that autonomy doesn't drift into chaos and accountability doesn't stifle innovation. But that's difficult to do, especially as charter schools are struggling. One of the ways that I've had the pleasure of working with Dr. Kamacharya and her team is through the indicators of distress and trying to understand why some charter schools struggle, really getting to the root of that challenge or those challenges that are happening and discerning whether those challenges are just idiosyncratic to that school or if it's more of a systemic challenge that's happening. And what we found is that even with all of the national and positive gains that we've seen across the charter sector, not every charter school thrives. And that's true here too. Charter decline rarely happens overnight. It's more like a dashboard in your car blinking before the engine fails. So small signals that can sometimes unearth other things that are going on, but we tend to see several patterns in schools that are struggling. The first is around leadership, and oftentimes that leads to academic distress where that student growth slows and interventions aren't taking hold. We can also see schools struggling financially when enrollment declines, or audits are showing that there are things that are going on where a school is struggling with financial controls. And finally, we can also see issues in inconsistent instruction and school culture, and also in governance, when boards lose their focus or they're not sure what to do when a school is struggling. But the lesson from Credo and from Mississippi's own experience is that this early detection, so if we're looking at schools along the way instead of just at the 5-year mark, is that we can help schools get back on track instead of doing a post-mortem intervention. That's where we can have the biggest impact, is that early catch of a school struggling. And that's why Mississippi adopted the indicators of distress framework. They really wanted to recognize early warning signs and help schools respond before that failure becomes inevitable. The truth is, though, that struggling schools rarely surprise us. The warning signs blink long before then. The key is having the right system to see them early and the resources to be able to act quickly. And that's exactly what Mississippi's authorizer is doing through the early indicators of distress framework, but there's more to do. Even with improved averages, not every school is going to thrive. Decline rarely happens immediately, but it's more like when we continue to see a school struggling in an area that it bleeds into others. So the dashboard helps authorizers spot what those early warning signs could look like. So what does it mean to turn when oversight turns into insight? The indicators of distress framework is really a proactive system that Mississippi is using. Dr. Kamacharya has adopted this system now for the last couple of years and uses it to track school health across those key areas, from academics to operations to leadership and finance. And the idea is simple. We turn instinct into evidence. Instead of waiting for a school to fail, the dashboard and the indicators work flags early signs of distress. So what does this mean for Mississippi's next chapter? The groundwork is already laid. There's thoughtful policy, strong authorizing, and the tools to see what's working and where schools need support. This next phase is not about starting over. It's about building on that foundation, refining what is in place, what is working, and filling the gaps that hold schools and the sector back. In other words, it's not about reinventing, it's about refinement. And that's where the biggest returns now lie. Everything we've covered today points to one clear truth. Mississippi has the right foundation. The next step is to just refine it, strengthen, and sustain what's working. And there are a couple of places that stood out when we started to look at both policy as well as comparing that to other sectors where success was happening. These small refinements could certainly make a really big difference in the Mississippi charter school ecosystem. The first is funding and infrastructure. Every strong system needs stable funding and facilities that work. Consistent appropriations for the authorizer beyond a 3% fee can really ensure that oversight and support can keep pace. Mississippi's right of first refusal is a good start, but without financing tools, many schools can't access or renovate their buildings. The second area is around clarity and accountability. As the sector matures, clear definitions and expectations will help. Definitions for things like CMOs, for improvement plans, and for how data are used to drive improvement rather than just compliance. The goal here is a shared playbook for quality, consistent, transparent, and fair. And finally, the third area that can use some refinement include access and support. We can expand opportunity without sacrificing quality, allowing proven models to grow when invited by local boards, investing in leadership and board pipelines, and fostering charter district collaboration to share what's working. These steps aren't about expansion for expansion's sake. They're about ensuring that every charter, whether new or established, has the conditions to succeed, and that every student sitting in a charter school get the best opportunities possible. So the path forward isn't about starting over. It's about building on what's already working. Mississippi doesn't need to reinvent the wheel. You've already built a thoughtful, quality-first charter framework. The next chapter is about refinement, not reinvention. It's about continuing to invest in what's working, early supports, strong oversight, data-driven decision-making, and strengthening the systems around schools so that excellence is the norm, not the exception. Every element that we've talked about today, from the national evidence to the indicators of distress, points in the same direction. When flexibility and accountability work hand in hand, students benefit. That's what Mississippi has started, and that's what continued focus and investment can sustain. Before I close, I would like to acknowledge Dr. Kamachara's leadership. The progress Mississippi has made in such a short time reflects her deep commitment and her willingness to take on the hard work of quality authorizing. It is hard, and we have seen authorizers that have really struggled. Dr. Kamachara is not one of those. Her example has set the tone for what's possible here in Mississippi, and it's been an honor to walk alongside her in that effort. Thank you, Chairman DeBar and the members of the Senate Education Committee for your time and your continued focus on strengthening public education in Mississippi. I'd be glad to answer any questions or discuss how the national lessons we've talked about today can inform the next steps for this state's charter sector.
Any questions by the committee? Okay. Senator Blunt has a question.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your presentation. I have to question your assertion that charter schools gains gather steam over time, and what is working in Mississippi is working. Despite the fact that everyone says we passed the best charter school law in the country, the results are what they are. As the chairman mentioned earlier, they're available to the public. And for 10 years, all the schools have been either Cs, or excuse me, Ds or Fs, with the exception, I think we have one C this year. So I question whether this 10-year experiment has worked. But beyond that, I would say to the charter school community, the presentation just now was helpful because it's filled with a lot of evidence. It's filled with a lot of research. It is based on data from around Mississippi and around the country. And, you know, as I said, the results here in Mississippi are what they are. But it seems to me that this discussion is just, we're still something that we would have discussed 10 years ago. And it does not take into account where we are in Mississippi heading into the 2026 session, that the notion of looking at evidence, having research, insisting on academic accountability that is publicly available, insisting on financial oversight of tax dollars that is publicly available, the ability to analyze achievement across the state and across the country. It's almost as if those principles aren't important anymore. And I think for the people who do support charter schools, and I didn't vote for the bill when we had it, those principles, which were key in passing the law when Lieutenant Governor Reeves and Senator Tolleson led the effort over here in the Senate, aren't valued anymore. And you could be trapped in the middle of the road between the traditional folks who want publicly available data and accountability results that can be studied, to best practices that can be copied, oversight of tax money, and people who just want to send everybody a voucher and just turn it loose. And a report like we just saw won't be possible. You will have no data and no evidence to measure whether any of it is working or not, other than whether folks are just happy. And so that's going to, for the people in this community and the people who study this stuff, to me, why should a charter school be a publicly funded charter school, a public charter school, subject to accountability and oversight from a state board, when they can just not be and get the money anyway? And that's what's on the table this year. And so we need to take all that effort that was here 10 years ago and at least explain why accountability, testing, financial oversight is still important, so we can decide whether or not any of this is a good idea or not. Because a lot of this is it just seems kind of quaint and out of date compared to what I'm reading about in the public debate right now. So I think you'll have some things to offer. At least your results are out there for people to see, and they can make their own decisions. But that's not what I'm reading about in the public debate right now. And so it's something that I think we all need to be concerned about. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Senator Boyd for a question.
I do have a question. When you look at your state map and you see that our neighbors to the north, Tennessee, have, their numbers have shown to be, pretty good. They're one of the states in the red. I'm aware, because I'm geographically located to that there's a number of charters in that state that have to do with CTE. And is that something that you would account for, that success you've seen in Tennessee? I know that's something that it seems to be very promising when you look at those special purpose charters in that state. Can you expound on that just a little bit? Just a
Yes,
couple
ma'am.
questions.
Sure. So in Tennessee has district authorizers. Their sector has been around, I believe, for a good almost 20 years now, and they are expanding into CTE programs They have several, from what I remember looking at their sector, they have several college prep dual enrollment schools where the charter school partners with an institute for higher education, so students can take almost an associate's, if not an associate's degree of courses while they're in high school, saving them money, but also giving them opportunities to be exposed to college level courses so that it's, you know, if they're coming from a family like mine who had no idea of what it was like to go to college and no idea what that level of rigor of a college course was like, a dual enrollment model gives students that opportunity to experience that college course with also the high school support. So Tennessee has experimented and broadened their models to encompass quite a bit of what their students need. And to your question, absolutely around the CTE. So they've taken a look at, from a Department of Labor standpoint, what are the pathways into high wage, high opportunity areas, and then developed pathways within their charter school programs to match that, so that students are on that career preparatory pathway, so that when they graduate from high school, they have options of high wage earning jobs and high need jobs straight out of high school.
All right, so let me ask this question too, just so that I understand the different systems that are set up across the country. So in the Tennessee model, and I happened to catch something about one of their CT programs in the news the other day. Those are set up, they're authorized by the local school district. Is that what you're saying?
There are multiple authorizers in the state of Tennessee, so each district can apply to be an authorizer. And then there's also, like in Mississippi, a statewide authorizer as well.
Okay.
And the statewide authorizer is really in place for a couple different reasons, and it's evolved over time. So it initially started to be the authorizer that if a school was being closed by its local district or was not allowed to be open by its local district, it could go to that statewide authorizer as like an alternative. Now, that statewide authorizer is serving any school that would like to be authorized by it, not at a, you know, as an alternative. Schools can choose that authorizer first, as opposed to having to go through their district and then being denied and then going to the statewide authorizer.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Senator Wickens, you're recognized.
Thank you. Building on that, and to my earlier question, under Mississippi's law, public school districts, and that includes, as I recall, A, B districts too, can choose to open a charter school, be it, you know, it can be special needs, it can be something, and sounds like in Tennessee, they have a special charter school. It hasn't happened here. What have you seen, I guess, nationwide as to why doesn't in Tennessee, the local district will do a charter school district, but we're not doing it here in Mississippi? What prevents or keeps or stops local school boards from being innovative and using that to try to improve schooling?
So we've seen this issue play out across the nation, and it ebbs and flows. So a state could be friendly to charter schools, and then it becomes not as friendly to charter schools. But where it has worked is when charter schools are seen as a piece to the choice puzzle in providing families options for their children. So, for example, in a place like Tennessee, charter schools are not necessarily seen as competition. They're seen as a way to supplement and provide additional opportunities for students and families that go beyond what the district can offer. In other places like Florida, they started off quite I don't know if the an animostic relationship where the charter schools were seen as competition, and now they have been more embraced by the district to say, rather than a family send their child to a private school, we can keep them within the district and offer them and be more nimble in being able to offer different kinds of models that can then grow our opportunities for students rather than making families choose to go public or private. We stay within the public system, and districts are seeing this as a way to expand that opportunity rather than it being competing opportunity.
So to paraphrase what you just, I guess, said, it's the threat of the private school that gets them, at least in Florida, to move to offer these offerings to their students.
In some places, yes. In other places, it's communication, communication, communication. How are we talking about the opportunity of charter schools? Are we talking about it in a competitive way and it's taking away from the district? In fact, there has been research, it sounds totally counterintuitive. So I'm going to say that off the bat, but what we have found is that when charter schools have been introduced into a district, the funds in that district actually grow because those innovative models attract families to sending their children there rather than the funding diminishing. Now, this research was done pre-pandemic and before we were having all of these influxes and reductions in students attending schools. However, it sounds counterintuitive, but actually the charter schools drew families to districts rather than took funding away. And when those charters were introduced, that funding level for that district rose rather than shrunk.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions? Well, thank you for presenting. We appreciate it. It was very informative. I definitely have some questions I want to get with you offline, so I have your contact information, so I greatly appreciate that. And so, thank you for being here. Have a good day.
Yes,
All
sir. Thank you for having me.
Okay. So, committee, it is 12 o'clock. It is time for our lunch break. It's my understanding we have some lunch set up in room 210 if you so desire. Other than that, we will be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, it's 1 o'clock or just thereafter. Next up, we have Megan Boren from SREB, and Megan's on Zoom here. And she is the Program Director for Educator Workforce. So thank you all for being here, and I'll turn it over to Megan. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
Oh,
Apologies
thank
for the delay, trying to get my mute button working there. Thank you, Chairman DeBar, for the invitation, and thank you to members of the committee for allowing me to come back to speak to you all today. I, of course, am Megan Boren, Director at SREB. Many of you know our organization, but just a quick refresher, we are a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization and the Interstate Compact that serves the Southeast and the 16 states within, as you can see on the map there. We work to analyze research and information, engage stakeholders, and support action in our states. I've been asked by staff members to present on several different topics today within the hour. In the interest of time, I will review these at a relatively high level and hit on considerations and takeaways. I'll spend the majority of my time on the last items, educator recruitment, retention, and compensation, as we have an extensive amount of research and data on this that we've been collecting over the last 6 to 7 years. All the considerations that I'll be offering you all today on these topics are based in research and the state trend analysis, largely from our region, but sometimes also around the country. I've provided a packet of information briefs and reports to staffers that I believe has been emailed to you all. If you'd like to read further into detail in these different topics, as I will go pretty quickly today to cover all of them within the hour. These briefs and reports have been put together by the policy team at SREB, led by our Vice President Lee Posey. She and any of the policy members are willing and able to provide further detail or answer questions as they may come up. And we also have an extensive list of additional reports and data on our website. So with that, I'll launch into this discussion today, and I'll go in order as you see on the topics listed here. So we'll start with chronic absenteeism. The policy considerations for chronic absenteeism largely fall from research and trend analysis into 3 different aspects that really are subsumed into the first bullet point here. To consider implementing a 3-tiered approach to address attendance in schools. This 3-tiered approach ideally will encompass the second 2 large considerations: reducing punitive solutions like suspensions or exclusion from activities. We see in research that this does not enhance attendance and in fact can actually affect it even negatively even further. And to turn instead to utilize intervention teams and multiple services for students. And then thirdly, to consider developing community review and engagement boards to provide services to students of the highest need. So I'll go into a little bit of detail about what these mean. The 3-tiered approach starts first with school-wide prevention. This includes things, services and activities to engage all students more fully in school and make school a more inviting environment, and to reach out through various ways of family and student engagement. Typically, this includes calling families as students hit or approach a 3rd absence in the school year, building student relationships and an increased understanding of individual students' home life, building an overall positive culture for the school. Things of this nature include greetings at the door, providing incentives, celebrations, a fun environment, recess and breaks for students, so that school is an inviting and welcoming environment. These pieces also show an increase in learning for students overall. And then thirdly, to provide services that may be of need for certain students to help with their attendance. This could include free meals, health services, supply banks, or other aspects that may be of need. The second piece in the three-tiered approach for attendance support includes targeted support. So we narrow down for students who are showing an increase in absenteeism and an increased need in support. Measures under this approach include having early warning systems and strong, robust tracking of patterns of student attendance, student tardiness, and students leaving early. When students approach 5 or more absences, considering targeted home visits for those that you see are in need of services or families who need increased engagement. And then offer, at the same time, mentors and tutors and other necessary student engagement pieces for those students who are showing absentee patterns that may be influenced mostly by academic falling behind or academic natures. And then the third piece in the three-tiered attendance support is intensive support for those students who've reached a high level of absenteeism or chronic level of absenteeism. This largely revolves around case management. Case management, of course, includes many services to students and integrates typically law enforcement and court systems. The research and experts in this field are showing that moving toward interagency review or engagement boards to increase the communication and the collaboration amongst schools, social services, health services, as well as law enforcement and court systems is the better approach to to intensive support. This kind of increased cross communication can lead to providing students with all of the services that they may need and help them get them back into schools rather than having to rely mostly on punitive aspects to their truancy. I'll move now to a high-level overview of school safety issues. Again, there is a information report in the packet for you all to go further into depth on this topic as well. School safety policy has shifted in the last few years to really establish more of a trauma-informed approach to school safety measures. We also see trends in our region of increasing the funding and mandates for school safety measures and utilizing more grants and student allotments for these pieces. So what does this mean? Trauma-informed approach to school safety is really bringing in more mental health and wellness services to students, to providing mental health education programs for all grades, but then particularly in our middle and high schools, providing an increased amount of social workers, counselors, and access to other professionals and educators who have training and coursework in these pieces. This should also include establishing services for suicide and violence prevention for students who show need in this area. Another aspect to a trauma-informed approach to school safety actually ties back to what I was just talking about with the three-tiered approach to chronic absenteeism. In tracking patterns of attendance and incidents with students that help to inform absenteeism can also help to inform your school safety measures and providing services to students who may need them in order to prevent incidents or violence in schools. The second approach to school safety that we're seeing is really revolving around funding shifts and mandate shifts for schools. When we look at requiring mandates in schools, we see not only that all of our states require school safety plans and large incidents prevention or pre-planning for handling those large incidents, but we're now also seeing more mandates in requiring extra pieces of these planning tools, including detailed school maps, advanced or expanded panic alert systems, advanced or expanded parental notification systems for not just high level violent incidents, but all types of violent incidents at the school. We also see states are moving toward requiring emergency operations and planning and more in depth, and having more oversight over this planning, including safety audits in some states that are now required every 3 years. And then we also see an increase in campus officers in many of our states. And typically these mandates are coming from states along with funding in the form of grants to districts or through student allotments, so the districts can reach compliance. Now I'll turn to a high-level overview of the policy considerations for cell phone bans. Most states in the country have enacted bans or restrictions on student cell phone usage now at this point, and most of those bans are in place for the 2025-26 school year or earlier. This includes 13 of the 16 states in the SREB region. Some bans include not just smartphones or cell phones, but all smart or personal devices, which include watches, different types of headphones, glasses, tablets, laptops, etc. Several states require districts to set restrictions rather than setting a statewide uniform restriction. Bans are typically one of two ways in policy. They're either banning cell phone usage or personal device usage during any instructional time and allowing students to use those devices during non-instructional times, such as lunches, shifting to different classes, after school activities and the like. Or we see bans that are bell to bell, where it requires students to turn off and store their devices from the first bell of the school day to the final bell of the school day. Common exceptions in policy for these bans or restrictions include emergencies where students need to use their phones or devices, in cases of students having disability or certain health needs where the devices are necessary, or when there's teacher-directed instruction around technology use, or the effects of technology. I'll now turn to policy considerations around gifted and talented educators. Well, before I do that, I would like to add one more point about cell phone usage. There's been quite an extensive amount of research, although a mixed review of that research on the effects of cell phone usage and social media usage with our students. There is not yet a ton of research on the effects of these bans across states and across districts. Now, as we turn to gifted and talented education, all 16 states in our region require districts to identify and serve gifted students. That's uniform. Most states define giftedness in statute, and most states also have multiple criteria measures for districts to be able to identify gifted students, and for districts to have discretion in how they identify, the tools that they use to identify, and the timelines required for identification. There are several things to look at when we think about improving gifted and talented education. One is strengthening the funding mechanisms and transparency. There's 3 different types of funding mechanisms that are common for talented and gifted education. One is through formula weighting. The second is through compliance-linked funding. The third is through general allotments or a mix of general allotment and local discretionary funding pieces. We find that in research, the weighted student formula or the compliance-linked formula are better at providing the resources, the funding, and leading toward results than general allotments or local discretionary mix. We also see that states who are providing more gifted and talented education to students and more impactful education to students, those states are implementing universal screening, requiring screening for all students, typically in the band of grades 2 through 6. We also see states moving toward requiring district plans for talented and gifted education for oversight and accountability, as well as public reporting. And we're seeing that one of the most useful levers in expanding gifted and talented education is actually expanding educator capacity, as most of this falls in on the type of curriculum and instruction delivery that are provided to students, no matter what the scenario or modality of delivery is. So this includes thinking about increasing the training for educators to serve gifted and talented students, offering micro-credentials or endorsement pathways to ensure that educators are prepared to well serve gifted and talented students. When you look at these 4 different types of policy considerations, there are a few states that you can look to for best practices. We would offer considering looking at several of these states and putting together their best practices in one to provide the most innovative support system to gifted and talented students. This would include looking at Virginia's Plan, Advisory, and Report Framework, where they offer a framework to districts around the aspects of planning and offering services to students. Looking at Georgia's funding weight that they use for allotments for student support and gifted and talented students. Maryland's universal screening and identification approach, which is required across all schools in the elementary grades, and North Carolina's oversight cycle. If taken all together, these state policies could provide innovative examples that could help support comprehensive, talented, and gifted education programs in Mississippi. It's also important to note when we think about gifted and talented education and the research on this, that there are 3 typical approaches to delivery of gifted and talented education. One is separate delivery, where students are pulled out of classrooms and put into special classrooms for gifted education. 2 is an integrated delivery approach, where students remain in the classroom with other students and have small group instruction and other various pieces to provide their talented and gifted education. And then the 3rd is a hybrid of these 2 approaches. The research shows that the most effective approach is likely a combination of integrated and separate models, using different strategies based on an individual student's need and the subject matter that they may be showing giftedness. A flexible model that allows for both pulling out students into gifted programs for specific subjects of their highest advancement and providing enrichment activities within regular classrooms may be the most beneficial to gifted students. We also see a lot of research that this is highly beneficial to non-gifted students to have some integrated time with with their gifted peers, and it raises the learning of all students. But ultimately, the success of any gifted education program hinges on the quality of the curriculum that's offered and the instruction that's provided to students, regardless of the setting that it's provided in. So really supporting educators to be able to deliver gifted education in different types of delivery models is a highly impactful policy aspect to consider. I'll now turn to state-funded pre-K. The big headline around state-funded pre-K is to consider improving access, affordability, and educator workforce in the pre-K system. Pre-K is not only a student preparation issue and providing supports to families for preparing students for kindergarten and the later grades, but it's also an economic issue for many of our states and our families, and being able to provide childcare that hopefully is high quality and ultimately results in higher preparedness for students. Access continues to be the main issue in the Southeast around pre-K, around state-funded as well as federally funded and privately offered pre-K settings. Only 9% of all children under 6 have tuition-assisted early learning or childcare options in the Southeast in our 16 states. That includes 48% of those living in poverty, but still that leaves 52% of students living in poverty without tuition-assisted childcare. 8 million children in the South are not served by federal or state-funded childcare options today. And this means that over 824,000 parents in the Southeast report job changes due to childcare challenges or lack of access to a childcare facility or an affordable childcare facility. I'd like to show a little bit more data on this piece, if you'll entertain me. Approximately half of children under age 6 live in what is called a childcare desert. This is defined by researchers as an area with an insufficient supply of licensed childcare, as measured through the census tract, where there are either 50 children under the age of 5 with no childcare options, or more than 3 young children for every licensed childcare spot in their area. You can see we fare a bit better than the national perspective, but we still have 46% of our children under 6 living in a childcare desert in the South. On average, across our region, 38% of 4-year-olds attend a state-funded preschool program. You can see there in Mississippi on the map that it's 15% as compared to 38% in our regional average. However, only 4% of 3-year-olds in the Southeast have access to attend a state-funded preschool program. If you look at the national comparison, the South overall fares a bit better at 38% than the nation at 35%, although we serve fewer 3-year-olds at 4% than the national rate of 7%. Approximately 1 out of every 3 4-year-olds attends a state-funded preschool program in the South as well as nationally. If we look at the tuition costs of childcare in our region, you can see in the blue cost line for all of our states, that's the cost for infants. Infant childcare costs quite a bit more than 3 or 4-year-old childcare in all settings. The national average is just over $14,000 for infant care. The regional average is about $11,500 for infant care. For 4-year-olds, the national average is almost $11,000 per year to serve 4-year-olds, and the regional average is just under $10,000. You can see there Mississippi compares at $8,186 average to serve for tuition for serving infants, and $7,309 in tuition for serving 4-year-olds. And again, here's another graphic showing the average annual tuition for 4-year-olds. When we look at state-funded pre-K, access and affordability is one of the top concerns. So consider increasing funding to provide more access to high-quality childcare and cover more children from low-income backgrounds in particular. Again, there's quite a bit of growth opportunity here for Mississippi to increase access to pre-K in this way. Additional considerations for access and affordability include setting expansion targets in childcare deserts to serve those families of highest need, to provide incentives for high-quality private centers to join the state-funded program so that there's increasing spots for families to take part in, to raise the provider reimbursement rates that account for rising costs in this industry and rising costs overall. And then also looking to shift funding into the public school funding formula to be jointly funded by state, local, and federal dollars for pre-K. Second, and always important, is to look at and increase the quality of childcare that's available to students. So this includes looking continuously throughout the system and monitoring the services that are provided at federal, state, and private childcare facilities, and also increasing the curriculum and instruction requirements for these pieces and monitoring those aspects in all childcare centers. And thirdly, the policy considerations include the early childhood educator workforce. Consider increasing educator compensation to be competitive with public schools and the public school salaries of K-12 teachers. I'll have some more data on this in a moment when I get into teacher compensation, and we'll look at a comparison of early childhood salaries with teacher salaries. Also consider providing incentives like free or low-cost childcare for educators' children. We've seen a few districts and even the state of Kentucky move toward this option when they're unable to provide a significant increase in salary. They provide a large incentive in allowing early childhood educators to receive free or low-cost childcare for their own children in facilities that are either the ones they are working in or nearby in their area. Now I'd like to turn to the topics of educator recruitment, retention, and compensation. When we think about recruitment, retention, and compensation, all of these are interconnected and intertwined and should really be taken in consideration all together. So I'd like to go through some information and data on all three of these pieces. But before I do that, I'd like to offer some high-level considerations to keep in mind as we go through the information and data that I have to present. First and foremost, we find in research, we find in our own qualitative interviews, which we have conducted hundreds of interviews over the last 7 years, as well as qualitative survey data, that increasing the attractiveness of the profession overall is the #1 method for not only recruiting more educators, but also retaining more educators in the field and retaining them longer throughout their teacher or educator career lifespan. Second is to consider incentivizing and supporting the best part of teacher preparation, which research shows undoubtedly is the student teaching experience. And research is emerging even further to show that a year-long residency experience is more impactful, yields increased student learning, as well as increased mastery and retention of staff later on in their career. And I'll share some more information on that in a bit. Thirdly, to consider providing many types of support to educators, tiered by experience and need. And particularly, we use the word educators here on purpose, because the types of support that are needed should not just go toward your regular K-12 teachers. Lots of different types of support, scaffolded support, are needed for all educators in the building, from assistants all the way up through to the principal. More of our educators are facing increased challenges with the students who are coming through today post-COVID. Things are consistently and unanimously reported as different and largely more difficult by all educators that we have talked to since COVID has occurred. And so providing more support to educators across the building yields great results in recruitment and retention. And lastly, we offer the consideration of creating flexibility for districts to create career ladders that include supports and also include increased compensation. Research shows that the #1 way to retain teachers in the early years, which is when we lose most of them, in fact, it's up to about 50% of educators leave within the first 5 years, that we can retain most of them through providing mentorship supports or other human capacity type supports to those early career teachers. So they do not feel isolated and alone in their first several years, and they have people to turn to get support, help, and answers for the common issues and difficulties that they face in the first several years. So I'd like to dive into the data. I'm going to hit on this at a high level, and there is an extensive amount of data on our website. And in fact, we're about to update it in early November so that there will be more data on all of these pieces that I'm going to cover available to you all. We have our teacher compensation dashboard, and in November, it will contain 11 years of K-12 teacher salary data. It will also contain 3 years of early childhood and K-12 administrator salary data and 6 years of K-12 educator health, retirement, and take-home pay data. I'm going to dive in with some high-level pieces here. This chart shows the trend line from 2013-14 up to 2023-2024 school year on average teacher salaries in the nation as well as in the SREB region. The top line shows what we call the average top salary. The middle line shows the overall average of all educators, and the bottom line shows the average starting salary for new educators. As you can see here, a significant bright spot for the South is that we are very close to the national average in starting salary. A lot of our states have invested into raising starting salaries as a recruitment tool for new teachers. But you can see that overall, the average salary lags by over $10,000 in our region as compared to the nation, and approximately $8,000 when we look at our top paid educators, typically those with the most experience. When we look at a comparison for Mississippi, you can see here that Mississippi is about almost $4,000 underneath the SREB average for average top salary. They are approximately $8,000 less than the regional average salary overall. And then approximately $3,000 below the regional starting salary. Here's a chart comparing the salaries over the last 3 years that we have data for the average paid K-12 administrator, the average K-12 teacher, which are the numbers that you just saw in the middle of the previous chart, and then the average Head Start and early Head Start salaries. It's important to note that Head Start salaries are significantly higher than state-funded and private-centered pre-K salaries in nearly all cases. So this chart here shows that the average pre-K worker for early Head Start means supporting infants and small children to age 2 versus the regular Head Start salary serving 3- and 4-year-olds. These salaries are significantly lower than our K-12 salaries. And then you can see the evolution of average administrator salaries at the top across the region. We lag approximately $10,000 in 23-24 with the national average for our administrators. When we look at a comparison of these numbers for Mississippi, You can see here that Mississippi is nearly $14,000 below the regional average for principal pay, or excuse me, administrator pay. That includes assistant principals and principals together. And then you can see in the orange that Mississippi is quite close when we look at early Head Start average pay to the regional average, but they significantly lag in the Head Start pay for 3 and 4-year-old education childcare workers at $35,000 as compared to the regional average of $48,000. Now we'll look at the whole compensation package. Of course, when we think about compensation, we shouldn't just focus in on salary. We need to focus in on the whole entire package. And that is also why we calculate take-home pay to help folks understand the effects of the package. So we look here at teacher health insurance premiums. You can see this data from 2020 up to 2024. The average and median health insurance premiums for K-12 educators to support themselves as individuals or to support their families with health insurance. As you can see, we have a bright spot in that the trend line has gone down in 2024, but we know through lots of different reporting that health insurance costs are potentially going to spike. And so we anticipate that that trend line could go back up if there are not efforts made to keep the costs down for health insurance premiums. When we look at Mississippi's comparison, these numbers are pulled from the database for the state plans offered in Mississippi. And you can see a comparison here for the premium for the lowest cost individual plan and the lowest cost family plan, and the premiums for teachers in your state. For retirement, we report on all the different high-level aspects of retirement systems across our region. If you look at our dashboard, you can find all the information for the different types of pension systems, as well as defined contribution systems and hybrid plans offered to educators in the states. Most of our states still offer only a pension system. There are 6 states in our region that offer a hybrid or defined contribution option for teachers, where they get a 401k style plan or a partially 401k style plan that they can take with them that is portable, and they can have a bit more control over the financial aspects of their retirement. Mississippi, of course, offers a pension plan system, and we calculate through that the potential gross pension payouts in our region. You can see here that the payouts have increased, and Mississippi is quite close to the regional average when we look at potential gross pension payout as calculated by a retirement eligible teacher. We use this information to calculate take-home pay so we can understand better how the compensation package affects teachers overall. This shows the teacher net pay for the average in our region for a first-year teacher, a 15th year teacher, and a 35th year teacher in 23-24 school year. You can see on average, a first-year teacher will take home, after their health insurance, retirement, and taxes are removed from their paycheck, an average $34,000 compared to $42,000 for a mid-career teacher and just over $52,000 for a 35th year teacher who is eligible for retirement. In Mississippi, here are the numbers for those same years of service, and you can see the comparison between the region and your own state in take-home pay. And then lastly on this slide, we show the regional average for administrator net pay, as well as Mississippi's average administrator net pay. Again, when all of the health, retirement, and taxes are removed from their paychecks.
Hey, Megan, we got a question. I'm gonna recognize Senator Wiggins to ask you a question, okay?
Absolutely.
Thank you. When you compare your slides relative to the average teacher salaries and particularly your most experienced teachers and then the pension plans, as in Mississippi, you can retire at full retirement after 30 years. And so if you teach starting at, let's say 20, you're eligible for full retirement at 50. The average retirement age in the country is around 62. So are we incentivizing our most experienced teachers to leave the workforce because they can leave and collect retirement? And I know anecdotally, there's ones that go and teach somewhere else. So, and as I understand it, our most experienced teachers are the ones who can do a lot, obviously. So that's my question is, are we incentivizing them to leave the classroom?
In some ways, possibly yes. It is an incentive to be able to retire early. However, all the states' pension formulas are based on years of service and either the last 3 to 5 years of salary. So the longer a teacher stays in, with most of our states and districts having a step and lane salary schedule, earning an increase in salary each year, the longer a teacher stays in, the higher their payout for their retirement benefit will be. So in some ways, no, you're not incentivizing teachers to retire early. If they understand the formula and how things are calculated, they may stay in longer to earn a higher salary instead of retiring at the first possible year of service at 30 years, typically for most states.
I'm gonna recognize Senator Blunt for a question.
Well, just briefly, if you wanted to incentivize teachers to leave, you should make most of their retirement savings portable, which we have done for all teachers who are hired after March the 1st.
We actually find through some research in Florida, they've done extensive research on their retirement system, including their public retirement system and teacher retirement system. And they find they've had the longest standing defined contribution plan in our region and potentially even the country, if I'm remembering correctly. But they find through their research that the portability of those plans is not actually incentivizing folks who come in to leave the profession earlier. It's actually a recruitment tool that many folks are finding the portability of those plans and the ability to have some additional financial control over their retirement as very attractive and a piece that they enjoy from private life. And so that's actually being seen as more of a recruitment tool. And in Florida, the research also showed that with the system, the way that theirs was structured, that teachers who teach 8 years or less, or teachers who teach over 21 years can actually make more in their defined contribution system at a typical, return on investment and the minimum contributions than teachers could make in their pension systems. Again, that was just based on Florida's system and how that is set up. I'm not sure how transferable that research is, but it was very interesting to read. I'll dive in and quickly go through some educator workforce data that I think ties in quite a bit with the compensation aspects. If you think about recruitment and retention as an entire package of uplifting the attractiveness of the profession. We see through the data that the trends still persist in our region as well as across the country, that most teachers are female and most teachers are white. We do see that there's been an increase slightly in master's degree attainment of our teachers, although the research does show that All master's degrees are not equal, and all master's degrees do not correlate to increased impact and effectiveness in the classroom, while some do. When we look at turnover, we do see that turnover increased very steadily since COVID, and now seems to be dropping off a bit. So the attention paid to this issue and different types of interventions are hopefully starting to really pay off. When we look at average teacher turnover by state, we have most of the data in from our region for 22-23, so I'm showing that right now. We're still collecting the data for 23-24, and several states have not published their turnover numbers yet. So that's why I'm reaching back a year here. But you can see last year, the 22-23 percent for Mississippi was 23% turnover as reported by the Department of Education. And teacher turnover is very costly. Research has shown that it costs anywhere between $9,000 and $24,000, and the average is $21,000 for a district to replace a teacher who leaves their position, even if they just leave and go to a different school. And if we calculate that turnover cost by the number of teachers leaving out of Mississippi, we see that it costs potentially around $163 million for the state to replace those teachers in the following school year. Vacancies are significantly high in the South. We find that the national reporting seems to be a bit low, and our own data analysis actually shows a higher vacancy count in the Southeast. Each state, of course, is required to report on their shortages by subject matter. You can see here that Mississippi has reported three major shortage areas in math, science, and special education. This has been consistent across several years now. And as you can see, faring a bit better than some of our states who have shortages reported in all 7 subjects that are required. When we look at teacher quality, we are unfortunately seeing an increase in the amount of inexperienced teachers, out-of-field teachers, those who are not endorsed in the subject that they teach, and uncertified teachers, those who are on an expired, provisional, limited, or emergency license. We're seeing an increase of over 2% in each one of these pieces when we look back to the pre-COVID years. The regional average for 23-24, you can see here is 17.7% are inexperienced, 10.2% are out of field, and 7.7% are uncertified. Mississippi has a higher level of inexperienced teachers, but a much lower level of out of field and uncertified teachers. So a bit of a mixed result there. These are, of course, our proxies for quality. Having more experience, more endorsements, or full certification does not equate to being a more effective teacher, but in many cases, we do see trends to that effect, and so we use these proxy measures to help judge the overall teacher quality of the educator workforce. Largely, though, the South is still viewed as having the most challenges here and having the most number of underqualified teachers as compared to the rest of the country. And then when we look at these proxies for quality across low poverty and high poverty school systems, you can see that we're continuously out of balance and have been for the last several years, where high poverty Title I schools have more inexperienced out of field and uncertified teachers. When we look at the amount of students who are served by Title I and the number of schools that are Title I eligible, over 50% of public school students are in Title I eligible high poverty schools. In Mississippi, that's one of a very high amount at 71%. And so thinking about the quality measures of proxy measures of inexperience, out of field and uncertified, the fact that we have more of those types of teachers in our Title I schools serving our most high needs students is a continuous area of concern and an opportunity for improvement in helping to incentivize more prepared, more effective educators, mentors, and leaders to be working in high poverty Title I schools. When we look at pipeline data, we still see a dip in teacher program completers across our region. The average, it's dropped 25% over the last 11 years. In Mississippi, however, it is the only state that has had an increase when you compare 2012, 2013 to 22, 23, which is the last available year of data on the federal dashboard. You all increased the number of completers by only 27, 1% more, but that is a bright spot for the state that there was a dip, and now you guys are on the trajectory of starting to come back up. So working to keep that trajectory up and increasing the pipeline of new educators will be great progress. When we look at the types of programs that our new educators are coming out of, we see a shift over the last 11 years where we're about 1/3 coming from alternative programs and 2/3 coming out of traditional programs. These alternative programs include ones that are based out of institutions of higher education, as well as ones that are not based in institutions of higher education. And when we compare that with Mississippi's data, you all have just over half are coming out of traditional programs and just under half are coming out of IHE and non-IHE alternative programs. So quite a more intensive shift in your all's data than over the region. Of course, most new teachers are part of our new teacher workforce are in the Gen Z generation, and then we're attracting a significant amount of career changers out of other generations. But the top reasons that Gen Z are saying that they are less inclined to go into education, even if it in general was an attractive field to them at some point, is low pay, lack of career advancement, lack of flexibility, collaboration, and support, and lack of voice and respect in the profession. And we're now down to an average of 4% of students in high school saying that they plan to pursue a career in education, as pulled out from ACT data that we have access to and that we've studied. We've conducted studies around Gen Z teachers, as well as all new teachers of all generations at SREB with the partnership of Vanderbilt University. And we've got some interesting findings from our most recent report, which focused around the experiences of new teachers, what pathway they were coming through for preparation, and how well they've been retained. We found that the risk for novice teacher turnover increases with teaching in certain conditions. When teachers come into low-performing schools, high poverty schools, or even just middle and high schools as compared to elementary, their risk for turnover is higher. When teachers start with a lower starting salary, their risk of attrition is also higher. The younger their starting age, the higher their risk of attrition. And the less supportive preparation that they've received, or the less effective instructional abilities that they have in the classroom, we see their risk for attrition increases. What does all of this mean? It really means that teachers who are going into these conditions at a young age, lower salary, and in these types of schools, they need really great preparation, and they need a lot of supports in their first few years in order to combat that risk of attrition or turnover. There's been some powerful research out of Texas Tech University showing that preparation pieces really revolve around the quality of student teaching. And in fact, the teacher residency experience, having a year-long on-the-job experience in schools, is the most impactful preparation mechanism to ensure higher effectiveness of new teachers, but also an increased retention. And it shows an impact on student learning. When students are consistently taught by underprepared teachers, those who are receiving less preparation, less quality preparation, and have less effective instruction, they are graduating at an 8th grade reading level in math and 7th grade level in reading. But students who are consistently taught by prepared and supported teachers, the research out of Texas is showing that they're graduating just where we need them to be at that 12th grade level in both reading and math. The research out of Texas went further to calculate how much effect this has on a student's ability to earn a wage and the amount of wage 8 years after graduation. And we see that there's over $120,000 increase in lifetime earnings per graduate when a student is taught by just 10% more fully prepared teachers. This increases, of course, their own earnings and the tax revenue base for communities and states. When we think about supporting teachers, induction is a really strong way to do that, and induction models that provide strong mentors to teachers shows a great effect in the research. So when we look at induction and strengthening those types of supports for our early career teachers, we also want to analyze that return on investment. The cost for novice teacher replacement, of course, I stated before that they're extremely high. We've done a conservative estimate here at $16,450 per year, looking across multiple pieces of research and putting those together as an average in this conservative estimate. So across 5 years of replacing a new teacher, that can cost up to $82,000 for those replacements. But if a state were to provide a strong residency year, including a payment of $35,000 for a resident, as well as 3 years of induction, which costs an average of $6,500 per year, that costs a total of $69,000, which could result in a potential savings of $12,750 per novice teacher in the difference of turnover costs. When we look at a conservative calculation for Mississippi, the state could potentially save almost $107 million every 5 years by supporting and preparing new teachers rather than having a year-over-year turnover churn. That concludes some of the pieces of information that I had for you all today. I hope that this is helpful in considering how to raise the attractiveness of the profession, how to support educator recruitment and retention with lots of supports. We also provided reports for you all on career pathways for educators with some intricate information around how to provide advancement opportunities and ladders so that you can have teacher leaders, master teachers, mentor teachers, and others who would support their colleagues in this way, and also potentially feed into the pipeline of strong school leaders in the future. I did not have time to add a detail to that into this presentation, but that report is available for you. And that is an excellent way to increase the attractiveness of the profession as well. There's a lot more resources on our website, of course, and I'm happy to take more questions or answer anything further offline as needed.
Thank you, Megan. I have a question. When you say induction can save schools millions, what is induction? Define that for me, please.
Absolutely. So an induction program or system is typically viewed as either a 1 year, or in research, it is encouraged to be a 2 to 3 year process where new teachers, brand new to the profession, are provided with a series of supports. This includes having a mentor assigned to them, whether that be a mentor in their building or in some innovative places, mentors have been assigned from other buildings. And the mentor has a non-evaluative approach to supporting and coaching teachers. It can also include instructional coaching and supports provided by regional service centers or district level coaches for those new teachers. And it also includes a system of professional learning and training supports for teachers for some of the common high-level areas of need, such as classroom management or particular instructional strategies that that we know are really hard for first, second, and third grade teachers, third year teachers, as well as individualized professional learning. When weaknesses or challenges are observed, providing that individualized learning for teachers. So induction means all of these pieces tied together as a system of support for educators. We provided a report on induction policy and the trends across the nation on that, and some best practices for you all in that packet of materials if you'd like to read more about how to set some strong policy to require and encourage induction in districts. And also the research shows that combining the resources of not only districts and regional service centers, but also educator preparation programs, so that preparation and that transition into first, second, and third year of experience can be supported not only by the district, but also by EPPs that they may have attended or just are nearby schools to really help strengthen that mastery of the art of teaching.
Thank you. I understand the value of a residency and on-the-job training and so forth. But it seems like anymore that when a teacher graduates from college and they're going in their first year of teaching, they really don't know how to be a teacher and so forth. So am I correct when I say that it seems like the universities need to change the way they educate our future teachers when they go through the school themselves, or is it just, hey, we need to do these induction programs when they graduate?
That's a great question. There's been an extensive amount of research and reporting on the quality of preparation in our country and the types of preparation offered. It's important to note that there are really strong, amazing programs, both traditional and even alternative, across our country. But in general, the research is showing that our educator preparation programs have not been keeping up with some of the changes in schools, the innovations, and also the types of high quality curriculum and instructional strategies that need to be put into our preparation programs so our teachers come out as highly trained as possible. So I think there is some opportunity there for an increased evolution and innovation by our ed prep programs. And most ed prep programs still only require a semester or just under a semester long student teaching experience. And of course, as you said, you understand the value of residency, and there's a lot of research to show that a year-long residency approach and integrating that fourth year of coursework in an innovative way so that students can spend an entire year in an on-the-job experience of about 32 hours or more in a school. That leads to a very high quality preparation program for students, because that's the most impactful piece of preparation throughout all the research for a long time now. So there are some opportunities for innovation in educator preparation. And I think when we look at alternative programs that are innovating, it's important to note that many of them operate with that student teaching type experience happening either along with their training program or after kind of that short-term training piece. So induction can be extra powerful for those educators who either gone through a very short amount of student teaching experience or no student teaching experience before they are the teacher of record in a classroom.
Thank you, Megan. I'm gonna recognize Senator Bryan for a question.
I have a question, but first of all, just as a general comment. It's not always easy to see the data that's presented on screen and in the printouts. Sometimes the color choices are such that it's hard to read. That's not really as difficult with this presentation as some, but the lack of contrast between the colors in plain white sometimes makes it hard to see things. But in particular, on some of the data, like salaries, the dollar amounts of the salaries are printed so small that it's hard to see. And I think it would be helpful to print them in larger type. And that's not merely, partially, but it's not merely a complaint that the older I get, the smaller type people tend to use. But there may be an element of that in it. But nevertheless, some of the people that are looking at these presentations are old and crotchety. But my request or question was that you go into a bit more detail about teacher residency, how that works, how it's paid for, and that sort of thing.
Absolutely. So several states in our region across the country now require a year-long residency for all candidates coming through all types of preparation programs. Leaders in this space include Louisiana, New Mexico, West Virginia, and a few others. New Mexico is actually the first state in the country now that not only requires a residency experience, but also now has an in statute, fully funded residency salary for students going through that resident year. And they pay a minimum of $35,000 for the students in that residency year. And then some districts also apply health benefits on top of that, but typically no retirement benefits. This has allowed more students in that state to go through the residency experience and be able to do a full-time job at the school, receiving an intense amount of on-the-job training and support during that time, developing relationships with the district, and potentially even going on to be employed in that district or one nearby. The residency piece is largely viewed as a student teaching experience on steroids, perhaps is one way to put it, where not only are you having the student teaching experience of a classic view where the student teacher goes in and observes for several weeks. They may do some small group instruction or some tutoring. They may be involved in a little bit of the collaboration meetings with educators, and then they spend a little bit of time doing some of that instruction toward the end of the semester. A resident is more fully integrated into the school building, and they are largely, in most cases, asked to do more of the role of an assistant teacher, and in some cases even more than an assistant teacher, so that they are fully involved day to day in their classroom that they and the teacher that they are with, and typically even involved in some other classrooms, either nearby on the hall or in the same grade level or same subject. They're offering a consistent kind of approach to their learning and the services that they provide to the students. They're typically co-teaching with the teachers for an extensive amount of time during the year, and typically integrated in some of the other aspects of the educator workforce life. Being able to understand different types of administrative work required of teachers, extra duties, so on and so forth. So they really understand what it's like to be a teacher, and they experience that for an entire year before they are employed as a teacher of record. I hope that helps.
Back when I was in school, we had practice teachers, and I'm sure there's some name now other than practice teaching, but I'm assuming that what we're talking about with the year of residency is in addition to practice teaching. And I think you said that New Mexico was doing this. Is any state other than New Mexico doing this?
There are other states that require year-long residency. New Mexico is the only one that is required and funded a salary, so that it is a paid residency year rather than a student going through this extensive full-time on-the-job experience with no pay. I'll also point out that many states who have moved into the space of requiring residency have also encouraged or required additional practice teaching pieces earlier than that 4th year, where students are able to do some tutoring or some short-term practicum work is the verbiage used now, and be able to go into schools in kind of a short-term or somewhat inconsistent basis in their earlier years of instruction, or at least in that 3rd year when they've committed to the educator preparation degree. And then in that 4th year, having the year-long residency piece.
Thank you. Last question, I'll recognize Senator Boyd.
Megan, thank you for this great information. I have a quick question. Teacher turnover. I'm looking at the data. Some states are about half of other states in turnover. Do you know if that is because any of those states have implemented, we've done a little bit here to try to help, and I don't know that we've been successful at it yet, is really getting those retired teachers back to the classroom. Do you know if any of that data coincides with seeing some of these lower rates that I see on here when you look across the Southeast?
So the turnover data, part of the different percentage amounts, I think, are partly because of the different ways that states are pulling this information and defining attrition or turnover. We do a very careful job of trying to pull every aspect of this data and include in that turnover number the teachers who are leaving the position altogether, but also moving into different positions in different schools, because it has the same effect of turnover cost largely for schools and districts to have to orient new staff. Some states do not provide the percentage of teachers who are just moving and only provide those who are leaving the profession for one reason or another. So some of those numbers might be off base of that, and we have some kind of footnotes on that, so to speak, in our database. But largely, we do a very careful job of trying to put all that together. I think the states that have lower numbers of turnover are the ones by and large who are working very intently to provide some of these services that I've talked about today, providing incentives to help keep folks longer, more leadership pieces, positive school culture, more career advancement opportunities, and more supports overall. There are several states that shine in our region for some of these aspects, and so I think that has the effect much more so than bringing in retired teachers. We see typically that bringing in a retired teacher, they're teaching an additional 3 to 5 years at most, and many are teaching less than that. So that actually would contribute to some of those turnover numbers if they're not siphoned out of the data.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Megan. That's it. We appreciate you being here and always being so accessible and willing to answer our questions. It was a great presentation. So thank you, and you have a good day.
Thank you so much.
All right. Up next, we have some specialty schools. We got Angie Graham, Executive Director of Magnolia Speech School, and Maureen Long, Director of Special Education from Canopy Children's Solutions. And while they're coming up, we also have in the audience, and he's welcome to come up and answer any questions. We got Dr. Christopher Palicia from DeBard School right there in Hattiesburg. We feel free to come on up, Chris, if you want. And if anybody's got questions or anything you want to say as well, we would love to hear from you as well. So thank you. I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Well, good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Angie Graham, and it is a true honor to speak on behalf of Magnolia Speech School, both as a proud parent of 2 alumni and as the executive director. Today, I have the privilege of representing the incredible Magnolia Speech School family, both past and present, from our students to our faculty and staff, to our families, our alumni, our community. For nearly 70 years, Magnolia Speech School has been transforming lives. While we have faced our share of challenges over the decades, our commitment to students and their families has never wavered. Time and time again, we have seen remarkable success in helping children find their voice and reach their fullest potential. Everything we do centers around our mission and vision while preparing our students for their next step in transitioning to their next educational journey. Our mission, Magnolia Speech School, creates a community for language and hearing challenged children and their families where they are empowered socially, emotionally, and intellectually to reach their full potential through listening and spoken language. Our vision, Magnolia Speech School is a thought leader among institutions focused on children with hearing and language challenges and their families nationwide. A beacon of high-quality, affordable education, our students improve their spoken language skills and thrive. Magnolia has a very humble beginning. In the early 1950s in Jackson, Mississippi, a group of parents of children who were hearing impaired sought means to teach their children how to talk. Magnolia Speech School began in September of 1956 under the direction of Mrs. Elizabeth Libba Matthews. Mrs. Matthews founded the school to provide specialized education for children with hearing and speech impairments who were not being adequately served in the public schools at the time. And at that time, opportunities for such children in Mississippi were extremely limited. Some were even sent away to institutions. Starting with just 7 children at her kitchen table in her home, she emphasized individualized instruction and speech development to help children with communication disorders learn to listen and to speak. Mrs. Matthews' passion for helping children with hearing and speech impairments was deeply personal. She herself had a son, Keith, who was born deaf. Recently, as in last week recently, we were organizing some of Magnolia's historical artifacts and a letter fell out of a textbook. That letter is what you see in your packet as well as on the screen in front of you. This is a letter that Mrs. Matthews wrote to her son Keith in September of 1956. We had the pleasure of sharing that with Mr. Keith and his wife, and he shared with us that he had never seen the letter before. So we had the honor of giving him a piece of his personal story as well as a piece of history for our school. If I can ask you to look at the bottom of page 2 and the top of page 3, this is Mrs. Libba's why, as well as the ultimate goal of Magnolia Speech School, which still stands strong today. You will see it in quotes at the bottom of the screen. It says, "You will be able to speak and to live a more normal life, even though you are deaf." Our goal is to provide students with the foundational needs and skills. Our goal is to provide students with the foundational skills needed to reach their fullest potential in listening and spoken language, all working together to transition into a mainstream classroom, whether that is in the public setting or in the private setting, and to be successful members of society. Magnolia Speech School has served children from around the beautiful state of Mississippi. Families have relocated to the metro area so that their children could attend our school. Currently, we have families who commute daily for their children to attend. Today, our families come from as far away as Jackson, Clinton, Brandon, Madison, Canton, Byram, Carthage, Vicksburg, and McGee. Magnolia Speech School has made a difference not only for families in the state of Mississippi, but across our nation, from the West Coast in California to the East Coast of the Carolinas, to the northern part of our country, Pennsylvania, Delaware, and Maryland, to central with Kansas, and the southeastern part of the state, families from Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Louisiana, Tennessee, Texas. We've even had families relocate from the state of Alaska. We have had 2 international families that have relocated, one from Israel and one from the United Kingdom, because they wanted their children to be enrolled at Magnolia Speech School and receive the services that are provided. So what makes Magnolia Speech School a unique and successful school? Many, many things, but it all centers around our instructional approach, the association method. During the early years, Mrs. Matthews began to notice a few of the hearing impaired children were having difficulties with memory, and they seemed to learn different than the others. Based on this observation, she believed a different learning technique was needed. Mrs. Matthews studied with Mildred McInnes, who developed the association method in the mid-20th century. The association method was implemented at Magnolia Speech School. The hearing impaired students experienced a great deal of success using the association method. So after this continued success, Magnolia began to document and refine a cohesive program based on this methodology, and the school's program for children with language disorders was born. So what is the association method? The association method is a structured, phonics-based, multi-sensory approach to teaching spoken language and communication to children with severe speech, language, and learning disabilities, as well as those who are deaf or hard of hearing. This method creates strong neurological connections by engaging multiple senses and providing consistent, intensive practices in both spoken and written language. The association method is highly structured, and there is a very sequential method of instructional delivery to teach language, starting with sounds of the letters, not the names of the letters, but the sounds of the letters, and associating that with the symbols, then progressing to blends, syllables, words, sentences. Students speak and write language simultaneously to reinforce connections between sound and symbol. They need to hear it, see it, speak it, and write it. There's a great deal of repetition and consistency. Those are key. Skills are repeated daily with the exact language and format to build automaticity and confidence for our students. A unique skill that is incorporated is the use of cursive handwriting. You might be able to see that in the picture on the screen. Cursive letters are what is used to introduce the sounds. So our youngest children, we teach using cursive. Research has proven that this assists with learning how to read due to the connectivity that cursive handwriting provides. Homework is essential, and it is assigned on a daily basis, even for our babies. This homework is designed for families to work with their children at home each and every night. Every child's homework assignment is tailored to their specific needs. It is not just a one-size assignment for all the students in the class. This homework further enhances not only the students' progress, but it continues to support families in their communicating with their own children. All right, so students are placed based off of individual needs. We do not have traditional grades like kindergarten, first, second, third, and so on. We have students who may be in the age range of 5, 6, and 7, all in the same classroom, or 8, 9, and 10, all in the same classroom. Currently, we have 11 classrooms, 2 of which are hearing impaired, where they focus on students who are partially hearing impaired or have a complete loss of hearing. These students may have it in one ear or in both, and they all wear assistive technology devices such as hearing aids or cochlear implants. One of our hearing impaired classrooms serves students ages 1.5 to 3 years old. Our other hearing impaired classroom serves students ages 4 through 10. We have 9 additional classrooms that serve students with language disorders. These students range in ages from 3 until early 12 years old. Language disorders affect an individual's ability to understand, use, or produce language. You can see a list of the disorders in your packet and on the screen that we serve. We have a full-time early interventionist on staff who serves hearing impaired children and their families in several of the counties across our state. If children with hearing loss were identified early enough, they could receive timely interventions, which has been proven to be have a positive impact and a lasting long-term outcomes for them. Families are often unaware of schools like Magnolia or the full range of services that are available for their children. We want to reach these children and their families at a very early age to provide this necessary services. Our early interventionist serves children ages birth to 3 years old. Those services are provided in a family's home, at our school, or through teletherapy, whichever is most convenient for the family. These services include providing families with the knowledge that they need and equipping them with the skills that they need to better understand and assist their hearing impaired child. There is no cost for families to enroll in these services. Currently, our early interventionist is seeing families from the following counties: Adams, Atala, Covington, Hines, Kemper, Lauderdale, Leake, Madison, Neshoba, Newton, Rankin, Simpson, Scott, and Yazoo. As you can see, we also offer clinical services. We have a full-time pediatric audiologist on staff with a state-of-the-art audiology equipment in the facility. We have 2 dyslexia therapists who serve our students, a full-time speech pathologist, a part-time psychometrist, and we have a beautiful partnership with Performance Therapy, who also offers behavior therapy, occupational therapy, physical therapy, and speech therapy to our families. Currently, our student body consists of students ages 1.5 up to 11 years old, with our oldest just recently turning 12. Our academic calendar runs from late July, early August to mid to late June, which is longer than your traditional academic school year. We serve our students for 204 instructional days during a calendar year. Each classroom has a teacher and a teacher assistant and can accommodate up to 8 students in each room. So the average student-teacher ratio is 7:2. Currently, out of our 11 classrooms, we have 3 that are at capacity with 8, soon to be 5 at capacity with 8. And that is one other unique feature of Magnolia is we have a rolling admissions program. Students don't just start with us at the beginning of the year and complete at the end. They can enroll with us if the need is there throughout the school year. Our instructional day begins at 8:30 and runs to 2:50. However, instruction really begins when the students are allowed to enter the building at 8 o'clock. They are assisted with getting out of the vehicles. Imagine a little 1.5-year-old getting out of the car, grabbing their book bag, rolling it down the hall to go to their classroom all by themselves with supervision. But they get into the classrooms, they unpack their bags, they give their teacher their homework, they get things ready for the day, and they sit down and they begin the morning work. Or they are pulled for therapy services before the school day begins at 8:30. Each class has a very structured schedule in which teachers are expected to follow closely each day. Our student's instructional day is tailored to meet his or her individual needs. It is true differentiated instruction. The association method is what we use to teach in the following subject areas: reading, language, mathematics, social studies, science. We also focus on social and emotional, as well as behavioral, each and every day in our classrooms. In addition, students receive they attend library once a week, computer weekly, PE twice a week, and musical therapy twice a week. As you can see, the clinical service that I mentioned earlier and that are listed there, those services are offered during the school day where students are pulled out and they receive the therapy that is needed. This frees up parents from having to take their children to multiple appointments once they complete the school day with us. So we work with the therapist to ensure that the children are not missing a great deal of instruction when they're doing these services. All right, our admissions process. I mentioned a minute ago that it is a rolling admissions process. When parents reach out to us to see if they can have their child evaluated, we put them on our schedule. We conduct a very comprehensive evaluation that is done by our professional teams of experts. In the same day, once the evaluation has concluded, our admission teams come together. We evaluate the results, put together a plan of action that includes recommendations for the individual child. And we meet with the families all on that same day. Because as a parent, not only are they wanting to know what is wrong, but how can we help or what can be done to help their child. So we want to make sure they have that information before they leave us that afternoon. Children are admitted on a case-by-case basis. There is no one-size-fits-all. Recommendations might be to get the vision checked, might be to continue therapeutic services that they're already enrolled in. It may be that they need to enroll in a structured daycare, preschool, or school. It also may be that they enroll at Magnolia Speech School. We don't just take all students because we want to make sure we truly can meet their needs. We don't want families having a false sense of hope. So we're very, very careful with the recommendations that we offer. Another service that we have is transitional stages and services. If it is deemed that a student is a quality student for our school and that we can meet their needs, we transition them in. Before they ever begin, we go and visit them in their current preschool, daycare, or school. We provide outpatient therapy, and what that looks like is getting their sounds books ready and getting some other foundational things ready for them to transition to our classroom and hit that first day running, and they're not overwhelmed and trying to figure it out when they get to us. In addition, we also offer we offer the students an opportunity to come and visit our classrooms. That may be 2 half-day sessions a week. It may be 3 full-day sessions a week. It truly varies based on the child and their need. So during enrollment, we provide parents with a parent orientation that goes over in depth the association method so that they're understanding what we're doing and how they can further support when they're at home. We offer monthly parent-teacher meetings, quarterly reports once in 9 weeks, and ongoing communication and support for each family. Once a student has graduated from Magnolia Speech School, and graduation simply means they are ready to transition or be mainstreamed to their next educational journey, whether that is private or public, we never lose touch with them. We offer opportunities to go with the family to help transition to what their new school may be. If that is welcomed, we meet with teachers, administrators, and support staff. We also just continue our ongoing support with those families because they never leave Magnolia Speech School family. So as a nonprofit, Magnolia Speech School must rely on contributions, grants, fundraisers, and appropriations in order to continue to serve our students. The total cost to educate a student is $36,000 a year. You can see that the total maximum yearly tuition is $12,000 a year. So families do not pay many more than $12,000 a year. However, 28% of our families pay the full tuition. We are able to supplement in a variety of ways through state-funded financial assistance and scholarships, through internal scholarships. We meet the families where they are so that the hardships do not impact whether they can enroll with us or not. We do not want to let any family's financial situation keep them from enrolling. Magnolia Speech School has been a recipient of the Children's Promise Act for several years. We have also been the recipient of a legislative appropriation in which Magnolia Speech School uses those funds for our teacher and teacher assistant salaries. So I would like to take this opportunity to say thank you. Thank you for your support over the years. Magnolia Speech School has faced several significant challenges over its nearly 70-year history. These have ranged from financial and logistical difficulties to much broader issues. Here's a summary of some of those challenges. Limited resources and public awareness were especially during those early years. When the school began in 1950s, there were very few resources established for children who were hearing impaired. And there were even less information or understanding about those needs and how to teach those children who were deaf or hard of hearing. The founding families had to build everything from the ground up, from the curriculum to the teacher training, and even the facilities which they outgrew over the years. There's a continual need to advocate for support. Like I mentioned, we are a nonprofit, so we do rely on contributions, support, and so on. Recruiting and retaining specialized staff. Working with children who have complex speech, language, and hearing challenges requires highly trained professionals. I mentioned a few with speech language pathologists, dyslexia therapists, psychometrists, audiologists, but we cannot forget our specialized teachers that work with these children. Recruiting and retaining such staff is really it's a longstanding challenge because of the shortage in workforce in these particular areas. You can see on the screen the last location that Magnolia was in. There are obviously some infrastructure challenges that were faced with an aging building, aging technology. So they have moved several times over the last several years. And of course, navigating through educational policy and accreditation requirements are something that we face as well. For nearly 70 years, Magnolia Speech School has filled a critical gap in Mississippi's educational landscape, helping children with communication challenges, hearing impaired and language disorders, reach their potential in spoken and written language, becoming mainstreamed into a regular public or private school classroom, and becoming successful and productive citizens. Thank you again. Your support has helped greatly and can continue to help expand the impact of Magnolia Speech School, ensuring that every child, regardless of a diagnosis or a zip code, has a voice and a future. Magnolia Speech School is truly where hope speaks. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to hold questions till the end. If I could have, I guess, Ms. Long come up.
Good afternoon. Hope somebody else is putting my slide up. Somebody else can work on that. How are y'all this afternoon? Are we getting there we go.
Please make sure you speak into the microphone for us.
Just realized it was kind of
Thank you.
head. I'm okay. All right, I'm Maureen Long. I am with Canopy Children's Solutions. Somebody asked me on the way over, and I hate to say this is my 47th year working with children. I appreciate your interest in our children. I appreciate your interest in what we do at Canopy Children's Solutions and how we educate children. Canopy has been around for 112 years. Over 112 years, we have been doing the same thing that you do, trying to meet the needs of children and families in Mississippi. Just as you are, we are always evolving. We talk about at Canopy that what we do may change and how we do it may change, but our why will never change. And so I trust that you have the same why, that we're here to meet the needs of children in Mississippi. I wanted to tell you a little bit about Canopy. I know that we're here to talk about our education solution today, but we can't help but brag about all of our solutions for a moment. So we lead the state. We're the largest nonprofit in Mississippi who specializes in behavioral health, family support, and educational services. So you see on the map, we serve all 82 counties. We are so proud to serve our entire state. We try to always consider the needs that are presenting themselves to us, so that we can commit to helping the children and family in Mississippi. So it takes a lot of services because our families and our children need a lot of help. And it seems that they need more and more help outside of typical school services. So you can see that we have 13 solutions listed in white are all of our solutions. Here's another slide that describes or names each of our solutions and the number of children that we served in 2024. So we served over 13,000 children in these solutions. Again, our 3 buckets, we call them behavioral health, educational services, and family support. So today you're here to hear about our schools. We have CARES Center, which is not far from here, right behind Millsaps on West Street, where we have the capacity to serve 60 children in our psychiatric residential facility. When I began to work at CARES many years ago, I couldn't believe that we had so many children who needed psychiatric residential care from ages 6 through 17. So some of my first memories working there were greeting children who come to live with us at Thanksgiving or Christmas, whose behaviors were so intense that they couldn't continue to live in their homes. Their parents might be afraid for them. Their parents might be afraid for themselves. These children can't be served in a typical school. They can't even thrive in their communities because their behavior has gotten to the point that they can't be managed and they can't manage themselves. So we continue to serve these kids through the year. The kids are usually there from 4 to 6 months. The length of stay is determined by insurance, as if you went to the hospital. So we have to report frequently back to their insurance to let them know how they progress. We all believe that children should be served in their homes when they can, but in this case, we need to make sure the kids are safe and the families are safe. So while the kids are in residential care, they have to go to school, right? A lot of times the kids come to us and on admission day, they say, let me tell you this, I don't do school. And so just like any other schedule for children, school is a big part of it, right? And we know that children say, I don't do school because what they're really saying is, I'm not successful in school, right? Because none of us like to do things that we don't feel that we do well. So we accept them when they come in and they say to us, I don't do school. And we say, just come on to school and you'll see. So we also have to hire the right teachers, and we also have the challenge to hire the right teachers. While the kids are in psychiatric care, they have psychiatrists, nurse practitioners, registered nurses, therapists, specialized residential care staff. But our world is the school world. So we have to have teachers who are trauma informed, and that means that we accept the kids as they are. So a lot of these kids have been expelled from school. Some of our kids who come to our residential setting have been involved in sex trafficking. They are the kids that have been sex trafficked. I tried to practice that word a bunch, but it's hard to say. We have kids in our residential setting whose parents are incarcerated. Many times the parents are incarcerated because they have been using their children. They have been allowing their drug dealers to sexually abuse their own children. Those children come to us and they're in our residential care, and their biggest problem is that they're ashamed that they had to report their fathers or report their uncles. They feel that they've done something wrong. So you can imagine these kids in a typical school. what do you think their behavior looks like? If somebody asks them to do something they don't want to do, they don't just graciously do it, right? If someone asks them why they're not doing their work, they don't give them an explanation because they don't understand. So these kids are the hardest kids. They come in with a thick shell. But in our schools, we accept them the way they are at Care Center. And I'll give you an example. One of our teachers has the oldest adolescent boys. So recently I was at school and I'm kind of in and out. I'm not there all the time, but I was at school and Miss Travis, one of our teachers who teaches our adolescent boys, came and said, Miss Long, I want you to come meet our new kids. So I said, okay. And I came down the hall and she had these big old bad adolescent boys lined up like they were in kindergarten, which is surprising when you see high school kids lined up, right? But in our setting, we have to do some things. We have to be tightly structured and safe. But these guys were standing up big and proud, and she said, let me introduce you to my kids. So she put her hands on her first child and she said, let me introduce you to Jerry. Jerry came 3 weeks ago and Jerry lives in Newton. But let me tell you, Jerry's my favorite. And I said, oh, Miss Travis, he's your favorite. And right away I thought, what's she going to say to the rest of these kids? But she said, Jerry is my favorite because yesterday when Jerry got upset, he said, Miss Travis, can I take a time out? And that's beautiful for us, right? Because Jerry didn't turn over a desk. He didn't cuss out the teacher. He asked for a timeout. And I said, that's great, Jerry. And so Miss Travis went to the next young man and she said, meet Isaiah. You know, he came in during the summer, but he's just started school with us and he is my favorite. And I said, Miss Travis, he's your favorite? She said, every time I ask Isaiah to get started with his work, she said, he opens his computer and he logs in and I don't have to say another word to him. And she went down the line to those 13 boys who have been told, you're no good. You'll never amount to anything. These are the, you know, I hate to use the words, the worst of the worst, but they can't go to school and they can't live in their homes. So we get them. And a lot of times I say these are the throwaway kids. I was a high school principal in the Mississippi Delta. I threw some kids away, but we don't throw kids away. We are devoted to these kids. We have school from 8 to 3 every day. We use the college and career standards. Sometimes they don't believe that they can do it, and sometimes they can't do it. But we work so hard to fill the gaps. We work so hard to give them hope that they're more than they've been told. And so it's just a wonderful place. I'd love for you to come and visit. But this is the capacity for 60 kids, almost always full. Kids are always rotating in and out. One important fact is that we step them down to other services when they leave us because we don't just educate them or treat them for 60 days. We pass them down to the next level of care so these kids can continue to have hope for themselves and we can have hope that they'll be productive citizens. So that's our care center and that's what our school looks like. Some of our kids step down to our day schools. So the next slide, you see that we talk about our day schools. We have 3, one in Jackson, again on West Street, one in Biloxi, and one in Hattiesburg. So our day schools, some of these are the same kids. They step down to our day schools. Most of our kids are placed with us by the school districts because of the same reasons. These kids are disrupting the classrooms. These kids all have IEPs. I'm not sure how familiar you are with IEPs, but they're all special education students. So they all have individualized educational plans. But the problem is either the plan is not working or the school districts don't have programs to serve those kids. So are y'all following me? So the school district partners with us and pays us to educate those kids. Now, our goal is to get them back to school. We believe in least restrictive setting, but it's the same kind of idea. These kids have come to us because nothing has worked in their home schools. They come to us, I've had kids say to me, Miss Long, you're a really nice lady, but you can't help me. And that'll break your heart, right? But I say, you know what? Let's try. Let's try because I believe in you. One of our big goals is to bring kids insight about their own behavior. So we never lecture. We don't lecture the kids because you know why? They've heard every lecture there is. Can you imagine? From mama and grandmama and every teacher they've ever had and every adult they've ever met has all the solutions. But until the kid learns, these are my patterns, and this is how I'm making things worse for myself, and I need to change, nothing's going to change. And we can't get them there until they trust us. So we are really committed to building trust, accepting kids where they are and just loving them. But we're pretty tough teachers too. Every one of our kids has reading and math goals. If they're behind in reading and math, which most are. We do have some kids who come to us who are in advanced placement classes. Their emotions and their behavior are just so extreme, nobody can do anything with them. So we're all about supporting kids and their social emotional growth, accepting them where they are, working with the districts, which is really important. We meet with the districts quarterly, once every 9 weeks. The parents also come as a part of their team, and we talk about progress. Our goal always being to get the child back to their home school. So right now we're serving 39 school districts. This is our map of our school districts. You can see that they're all central and south, again, because of our school in Jackson, Hattiesburg, and Biloxi. That's a lot of districts, right? And you may be surprised to see some of our larger districts sending kids to us because you may assume that the larger districts would have services to meet every child's needs, but they just don't. Sometimes the kids that we inherit or that we share are making things miserable for all the other kids or teachers in the school. Some of these kids we work with are the reason some teachers are ready to retire, right? Another thing that we do is we go out and do some training in the school districts. And we really want to do more of that to help teachers and administrators like I was when I was in the Delta, learn new methods of saving kids rather than pushing them out. We really enjoy our relationships with our districts. DeSoto County has already talked to us and begged us to put a school in North Mississippi, so that's something that we're considering. On the coast, the special ed directors on the coast are called the Southern Six, even though there are more than 6 of them. But they just begged and begged us to place a school on the coast again. It's so hard to find a building, as you may know. The Biloxi School District has found a building for us. We are leasing it from them. They are helping us provide these services, and our school in Biloxi was opened in 2024 on the property of Biloxi School District. So we just treasure those partnerships that we have. We treasure the ability to help these districts because we know they all have their own battles that they're fighting. In cooperation with these districts, we prepare these kids to return. They work with us. The last school that I want to talk about is a little bit different. You may have heard of our Canopy School. It's also accredited. All of our schools are accredited by the Department of Education. The Canopy School is a tuition-based school, so you may have heard of it. It opened in 2022, and it is for the neurodiverse children. We have many of our students are on the autism spectrum. Many have ADHD. We have dyslexia therapy. We have occupational therapy. We have speech therapists who come in and work with our kids. So again, it is one of our newest schools, but it's a little bit different because it's tuition based. So I love to talk about successes, and I mentioned that we meet quarterly with our school districts. So I have to tell you another story. So we had this little girl from Hines County. She's on the autism spectrum. And she was with us because she just refused to go to school. If her parents got her to school, she threw the biggest fit. They just put her right back in the car and send her home. They tried and tried and tried to get this child to go to school, and she would not go to school. So when she met us, she wasn't sure if she wanted to go to school or not. So we had to use some creative ways to get her to stay at school. But she got to where she would come to school every day. And we were making some progress with this little girl. And the mother and the school district came to the meeting probably after she'd been there about 6 months. So we were sitting at the table reviewing her progress, and we mentioned that the little girl was doing much better in her reading. And the parent said, "Back up. What did you say?" And we said, "Cindy is reading. She's actually reading much better." She said, "She's reading." And the school district representatives there said, "She's reading." And they all just looked so puzzled. And I said, "Somebody go get Cindy." So we sat her at the table. I said, "Bring a book," and gave her a book. And she read in front of her parent and the school district representative for the very first time. And the parent had no idea because her behavior was so extreme that she could actually read. And those are the things that happen. And those are the successes that thrill us and make us want to come back to work. So when you talk about teacher retention, seeing your work in action makes you want to come back. Again, I've been working 47 years. And when you see these kinds of results, it makes you want to work 48. So again, our students are transitioned back to their home schools. When they very first come to school, we talk about what it would look like to get them back to school. On their IEP or their individualized education plan, we have their reading goals, their math goals, their behavioral and their emotional goals. They have therapy while they're at school. And that's not all. It's not a whole bunch of pieces. It's one whole. And it's so much more than each of the pieces because we're all dedicated to this child. And we know that we've been successful when it's time for that child to go back to school. So we have many successful transitions every year. We do keep up with their reading and math scores. And these scores can be kind of crazy. You might really question these, which is fine. 100% progress on iReady means that a child would progress one level in one school year, right? So if your child was reading on the 3rd grade level at the beginning of 3rd grade, at the end of 3rd grade, you would expect your child to be reading on the 4th grade level, right? So you can see on this slide, in Biloxi, we actually had some 6th graders that gained 394% from their first reading diagnostic at the beginning of the year until their last reading diagnostic. What this really means is this is what they demonstrated. So you can imagine if a child comes in, he's had to leave his school, everybody he knows, right away, he has to ride a little bus. Sometimes it is the short bus to our school. So the kids are not too happy about it, right? They come in and they take a test. They don't know any of us. Through the year, we help them feel more comfortable. We help them learn to be regulated. We help them feel more confident. So these test scores are probably skewed a little bit, but that's okay with us, right? Because the child can demonstrate that he can read on grade level by the end of the year when there's a possibility he could have read on grade level in the beginning. He just couldn't perform. Does that make sense? So you'll see these scores that we're so proud of in Biloxi, which just opened last year, in Hattiesburg, and in Jackson. We're seeing growth. And the school district should be seeing the same growth because our kids do participate in state testing. The school district comes into the school, or the child in some cases may go back to school during that state testing window and their results are reflected in the school district's data. So I've talked about our partnerships. We also feel that that's a great success, because definitely we don't want to take those kids and work our magic, which I tell everybody, it's not magic. It's not magic at all. But we don't want to work our magic and just dump the kids back, because that's not going to work either, right? So we have to really work together, get a child ready to transition. Then we even go into the school and see what challenges the child may have as he's going to transition. Does that make sense? So we really have to have these great relationships. We really have to collaborate well to make this work. Okay, the money slide. So we have 3 pencils, just to tell you a little bit about our costs. So you'll see for all of our children, it costs about $38,000 a year per child. So in the first pencil with the yellow at the bottom, that's our Care Center school. At Care Center, some of our kids have IEPs, as I've mentioned, and the state reimburses us for kids that have IEPs. That's the middle pencil. I knew I was going to make this confusing. The first pencil is our gen ed kids at the Care Center, our residential center. So remember I told you when those 60 kids are there, some have IEPs or special education eligibility, and some kids are general ed. They do not have IEPs. Some of them need IEPs, and we work on that. But we don't get any reimbursement for those kids other than $504. So y'all probably know about 504 and how that works. So it's not a per child. It's not broken down per child. We actually get teacher units, but for you today, we broke it down per child just to give you an idea. The general ed children, we get reimbursed about $8,000 for. The middle pencil are those special education students that are in the Care Center, the residential center. So our reimbursement comes to about $34,000 for those. So we don't have a big, as a big gap to recover costs for. And then the last slide are our day school students, and it's a similar statistic or similar data point. We get reimbursed for most of it, but not all of it. We do use the Children's Promise Act to offset some of these costs, and we also have other fundraisers and donations. Now, what questions do you have?
I'm gonna turn it over to Senator Boyd. I know she's got questions. She didn't even raise her hand, but I just know. So we'll start out with her.
Some of the things that we've looked at that Senator Wiggins brought up too is the partnerships you're doing with school districts. It's not, and what I do love to see about some of the models that you have, it's not a one-size-fits-all approach.
Right.
And in some areas, you're partnering with the local school districts, and other places you have a independent center where you're using different metrics and scholarship, different
Right.
tranches
That's
of those
correct.
monies.
Mhm.
So how do you come about doing this? How do you look at each region and say, okay, this is how we're going to go at it in this place?
Well, we know that there are many regions who need us, and we have to be able to do what we can afford. And one of my others may want to talk about this. It costs a lot of money to start a new school, a lot of startup money. So we'd love to open several at one time, but we just can't afford it. So it is based on need. Now, you know, in Jackson, when New Summit closed, there was a huge need. So when New Summit closed, they talked to us and talked to us and talked to us, and we turned it over and turned it over and turned it over with these people, and we just decided the need was too great to not try to meet the need. But that, thank goodness we have a great board of directors. We have a great executive team. I think the greatest thing about Canopy that I tell everybody who comes to work there is we all work together so well, but everyone is so committed to our mission that we, with a lot of prayer, we just try to meet the needs that we can. Of course, somebody said, without money, there's no mission. So we have to be able to afford to do what we can.
The next question I'm going to veer into a little bit different direction is there is what y'all do, sometimes what we hear in special education, oh, they need to be in the school because they need to be in the LRE, as you're well aware, but there's also a growing body of research that I know you're aware of that says that, that because of the academic deficits and some of the social deficits, that, inclusion is not many children's highest place, that it is not the least restrictive environment. And so schools such as yours that really work on those deficits are actually what the children's LRE is and really where they function the best. And I know there's a little bit of controversy in the education community because of this, but there is this large body growing of research and more studies coming out, I even think next week. So can you talk a little bit about, because y'all very specifically tailor
Yes.
some of the work that you do, and can you talk about, because you've taught in both, what the difference and how that difference looks like in a special school versus a general education school?
Absolutely. One of the things I love to talk about and think about most, because again, I started teaching special education in 1978, right after the law was enacted. I have to tell you that my principal told me that my children were going to be in the basement, and I said, oh, no, they're not, because this is where we were then. Now, you are so right. In inclusion, we're all about accommodate, accommodate, accommodate. So give the child a virtual reader, give a child, a read aloud. When are we going to teach the child to read? That's the problem, is we're trying to accommodate, 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 made everybody look the same, not embarrass anybody about being in a special class, but we're not having time to meet those needs. So absolutely, and I'll tell you, I had a IEP meeting with Petal. It was actually Petal School District. And I was speaking to the special ed director, and I said, this child's IEP goals have been the same in reading for the last 3 years. We have to try another approach. And she said, he's on a diploma track. This is the approach we have to take. And so my old special ed teacher is, if it's not working, it's not working. And I don't care if you give him a virtual reader or not. He needs to learn to read, and he can learn to read. So I'm definitely about, yes, inclusion is great if the child is progressing, but if the child's not progressing, then it's not his least restrictive setting.
And I assume, because I know this, but maybe for the committee, y'all have had children that came into your services in your special schools that couldn't read. And you're able to teach those children to read in a different manner, maybe that they were taught in their.
Yes.
And then you progress them back out to the high schools or back out to the middle schools or whatever it is, with the capacity to read as you transition them back in.
Yes, to the best of our ability to, on an individualized basis, but yes. And that's one reason we have the school district coming into the IEP meetings quarterly, so we can be revising those IEP meetings, making plans, for the child to make a smooth transition and continue that upward growth. Rather, we know we don't want this, we want this. We want them to continue to grow because we've built up their confidence. We've taught them how to do something. We don't want to do that to the child, send them back to the same type of setting they were in.
Okay, I'll stop.
Thank you, Senator Boyd. Senator Bryan, you're recognized.
You've mentioned children that were referred to you from schools. Do you know what percentage come from public schools and what percentage come from private schools?
We rarely get a child from a private school. We do get students who have been being homeschooled in various programs or non-programs, depending, but we do get homeschooled students, which is also very concerning because we know why they're homeschooled, right? Because their behavior is such that the school keeps calling the parent to come and get them. Sometimes the child might need to have a comprehensive evaluation to see if they have an emotional disability so that their needs can be met in school. But many times the schools just keep calling the parents to come and get them. And so those kids fall through the cracks. Same with the kids that are expelled. Sometimes we have kids who have been expelled also who come to our care center.
Do you get referrals from charter schools?
We do get some referrals from charter schools.
I observe, just looking at the map and looking at where the school districts are that you list as participating, they're school districts, unless I'm looking at things wrong, basically in the same geographical area that don't participate. What happens to the children in those districts?
Well, that's a good question as well. And again, it is up to the district to spend their dollars to send those kids to us. And so there are districts who have the children in programs that they call appropriate, but those students may not, they may be making very little or no progress. We all know that the parent, the knowledgeable parent, is going to keep on coming to the meeting and asking for more, right? But the parent who feels intimidated by us in this, hopefully we don't make them feel intimidated, but many parents are intimidated in the public schools and they don't know how to advocate for themselves or advocate for their children. So there are a lot of children sitting in inappropriate classrooms needing services other than those being provided. We know that.
I don't want to go on and on about charts being difficult to read, but I keep doing it, so apparently I do want to do it. But one of the early charts with the little dots in the state, I couldn't match the dots and the colors and all of that at all.
Yes,
But there's a chart with the pencils,
yes.
and I can read in the fine print, all it's small print, but I can read it, that I've got this right, at the CARES Center School that has an IEP, funding comes from the State Department of Education. And at the CARES school that are day school students, the funding comes from the individual school district. Have I got that right?
That's correct. Now, the school districts do receive money. The money the school districts give us comes from the state, but we actually contract with the school district for tuition. Does that make sense?
Well, not necessarily, but I, over the years, have tried very hard to get someone over at the State Department of Education to explain to me how special education funding works, and I've absolutely given up. I'm not ever going to get it. But thank you. I appreciate your presentation.
So, so just so you'll know, if you want to find out more about the Educable Child Program, the funds do come from Educable Child for our program.
We pronounce that educable in this building.
Well, thank you again for having us and being interested in what we do. And thank you for what you do for educators and students in our state. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, all of you. We appreciate what you do because it's definitely the Lord's work, what you all do, and we appreciate it. And thank you for being here. Thank you for coming before the committee and telling us your story. Thank you so much. Could you see the slides on that, Senator Bryan? Was that one better for you?
The slides on this presentation were better than many slides.
Excellent. We're good.
But I
I
have
have-
suggestions on how they could be improved.
Okay, thank you. The last presentation, I guess, saving the best for last. We have 4 superintendents to come forward, if you don't mind. One from each congressional district. We have Bradley Robertson from Oxford, Dr. Eric Green here from JPS, Jackson Public Schools, Mr. Alan Lumpkin from Scott County District, and Charles Breland from Greene County. And I think y'all have a different topic you want to discuss. But we appreciate you being here, telling us some of the successes and challenges of your district and how we can better help you moving forward. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak today on the behalf of not just the Oxford School District, but Mississippi school districts, and more importantly, the over 400,000 students that we serve every day. I'm Bradley Robertson. I'm the superintendent of the Oxford School District. I've been in education for 25 years. I'm in year 26, and this is my 5th year as superintendent, but I've served as a teacher, a coach, a principal, assistant superintendent, director of curriculum, and now a superintendent. You know, and I'm proud to say that Mississippi Public Schools are improving faster than almost any state in the country. You know, that's really something for us to celebrate. But at the same time, we also face a lot of challenges that threaten that success as well. And today, I just want to highlight some of the issues that are shaping both the present and the future of Mississippi education. And I will say it's been encouraging to see that some of the representatives that have already spoken today on behalf of education have shared some of these same concerns and issues. And I would think for you guys as a Senate and as a committee, as legislators, it's encouraging when you see issues that come up over and over and over. It kind of gives you this idea of really where we need to be investing our time and our energies. So those 5 that I would like to address today briefly, again, is low teacher and teacher assistant salaries, the risk of universal school choice, the need for statewide early childhood education, the importance of funding no dead end pathways for all of our students, and then also, if I have time, the student mental health and well-being. The first one I want to talk about is the low teacher and teacher assistant salaries. Look, I think everyone in this room understands that it's our teachers that have led this academic turnaround in the state of Mississippi. But they're doing it on some of the lowest pay in the country. You've already seen some of these exact statistics today. Our average teacher salary is $53,704, which ranks towards the bottom of the country. Our average starting salary is $42,492, which according to NEA is 40th in the country. For our teacher assistants who are vital to classroom instruction, they earn as little as $17,000 a year with an average of about $22,840 statewide, according to our state auditor. In 2024, we had nearly 3,000 teacher vacancies, with total vacancies exceeding 5,000 positions, which includes a lot of critical staff. And I want you to keep in mind the districts that struggle to achieve academic gains each year are those who have uncertified staff members that are educating children inside of their community. If we want to see improvement in those districts, we have to find a way to attract certified classroom teachers to those schools. You know, my undergraduate degree and graduate degree is also in mathematics. And I think the math is easy in this point. If we make teaching a desired profession, where there are more certified teachers than there are teacher vacancies in Mississippi, then every school would have enough teachers to meet the needs of our students across our state. The real challenge is, how do we do that? How do we create a model to where we have more teachers, certified teachers, than we do vacancies? Well, look, low pay is definitely a primary driver of these shortages. You've already heard that from the SREB representative earlier today. When we have these shortages, we have increased class sizes, we have burnout of the current teachers, and it erodes the instructional consistency that we have across education institutions in our state. And you guys know this as well. There's also another level that we must consider now that we have the different tiered system in PERS. You know, now that we have the hybrid benefit with less guaranteed pension, longer service requirements, and then the no guaranteed COLA. So that makes the salary and how we're compensating these teachers even more important now that they're going to be in the profession longer, if we want to make Mississippi a competitive place to work for educators. Investing in teacher and assistant salaries is it's not about the current pay, it's about maintaining a strong pipeline for educators. We must act now to ensure we don't lose the momentum in recruitment and retention and the academic gains that we've had over the last decade in our state. So obviously, instead of just coming to you with a bunch of problems, I always like to bring solutions to the table as well. One of the things I think we should consider is to raise and decompress the teacher salary schedule. If you look at our teacher salary schedule, the current teacher salary schedule provides only about a $400 to $600 per step and experience depending on the teacher's degree level. That means a year's worth of additional experience and expertise, the kind of growth that translates directly into stronger instruction and improved student outcomes, is about $500 per year. In today's economy, that increase doesn't even keep pace with inflation, much less reflect the value of educators' professional growth. A teacher can gain a year's classroom experience, mentor new colleagues, complete advanced training, and still earn less than $50 additional a month on a paycheck. So this compensation of the salary schedule sends the wrong message to our educators who dedicate, quite honestly, their life to this profession. So I would propose that we modernize the salary schedule to provide larger stepped increases, not just the starting entry point of teacher salary, but larger stepped increases with years of experience. And really thinking about years 5, 10, and 15. And the reason years 5, 10, and 15 are so important is because that's typically when teachers reach peak effectiveness and leadership potential. And that would make us more competitive regionally. As for teacher assistants, I would propose that we establish a $30,000 minimum for teacher assistants, and we fund it. Teacher assistants are the backbone of early learning and fundamental literacy, yet their pay often falls below the poverty line. They're individuals who help children learn to read, support classroom management, and provide essential one-on-one instruction for struggling learners. That $30,000 base salary would reflect the true value of their contribution and help districts recruit and retain qualified paraprofessionals. As a superintendent, I cannot tell you how many recommendations to hire for teacher assistants that I complete each year. We start short of the number that we need in our system, and literally monthly, I'm approving anywhere between 5 to 10 sometimes just because of the turnover, because we do not value them the way that we should value them in what they do inside of our systems. And one more solution, I think we should consider providing housing and childcare services for our staff. Mississippi teacher shortages is not just a salary issue, it's also a cost of living issue. Many educators, especially early career teachers and classified staff, cannot afford to live in the communities they serve. Rising housing costs, limited rental ability, lack of affordable childcare are just some of the factors of why that a lot of teachers live outside of the community in which they serve as educators and then drive in. You know, districts across the country, and even with Mississippi, are beginning to address these types of challenges. These initiatives make it possible for teachers, teacher assistants, and other staff to live and raise their families in the same communities that they work. Again, talking about childcare, access to quality childcare allows working parents, think about this, especially mothers, and mothers make up about 75% of our education workforce. 75% to stay in the profession without sacrificing their family's well-being. Look, I truly believe that the state can play a powerful role by establishing a matching grant program that supports districts in creating teacher housing developments or child care centers in partnership with local organizations and economic development agencies. This has been done in states like Texas, North Carolina, California. They've demonstrated this and that it works. It leads to higher staff retention, lower absenteeism, and it obviously improves morale across the systems. That's some of the things that we're working on in the Oxford School District right now, is exploring how we develop partnerships with local developers to develop housing and childcare for our staff. We're also exploring, and I'll hit on this in just a second as well, the opportunity to develop a 0 to 2 childcare center, early childcare center for our staff and for our community. And I'll talk about the value of that in just a few minutes. The second topic is one that we all know well, and that is talking about opposing universal school choice. I know some of you in the room, because you've already said it, addressed me with it, has read my op-ed about a couple of weeks ago that I wrote about universal school choice. You know, right now, there's fewer topics in education that stir as much passion as school choice does. And I'll agree, on the surface, it does sound like a good idea to give families dollars to choose a school in which their child should attend. But if we look at it, it's not that appealing for families across our state. Let's talk about this just for a second. Mississippi's public education school system is working. 87% of the districts now earn a C or higher, according to the Department of Education. Our K-12 national ranking rose from 50th to 16th. Mississippi leads the nation in fourth grade reading growth. All of those things that we've shown improvement. Those gains were not achieved through privatization or vouchers, right? They were achieved through focus, consistency, and continuous improvement by our public school educators. Yeah, and I did say public school educators because I think that's really important to consider. Why do I say that? It's because public schools educate over 90% of the students in our state. And not only that, but when you're talking about the National Assessment of Educational Progress, private schools aren't even required to take the NAEP assessment. And because they're not required to, guess what? Most of them don't. And I don't blame them. I wouldn't either if I was in that situation. It frustrates me, something else about school choice, when proponents of school choice claim that public schools are afraid of competition. Yeah, I've heard that several times. I can assure you public schools aren't afraid of competition. The public school educators are some of the most competitive, resilient, and innovative people I know. And I can assure you we're not afraid of competition. But I do want to hit on something about competition. True competition only exists when everyone plays by the same rules. Our private school friends have made it clear they have no interest in doing that. And why would they? They get to choose their students they serve, they set their own admission standards, and they operate without accountability for student outcomes. Public schools would love to compete under those exact same conditions, but we can't, and we shouldn't. Because public schools don't get to pick and choose their students. We open our doors to every child, every day, regardless of background, income, ability, or circumstance. And y'all, that's not a weakness. I just want to say that. That's not a weakness. That's a promise of public education. And just think about that. If we all operated under a competitive market in education, and all schools were allowed to turn kids away, that means some students in our community wouldn't be educated at all. And I know there's not a single person in this room or resident across the state of Mississippi that thinks that would be acceptable, to have kids in our local communities, in our state, and our country that we're not receiving an education. And it's that very reason that in my op-ed that I said that education cannot be treated as a consumer product. It isn't something to be bought or sold. It's a public good. It's a shared responsibility. It exists to ensure that the collective well-being of all of our communities. It's not a marketplace. It's a promise. I see, I saw my senator friend here nod with when he looked at the slide. When I sent the slides, they were not like that. So I'm already preparing myself for the comment. They did not go into the margins. So, but if your copy's like that, I will get you another one. So let's move to the third topic of conversation, and that's statewide early childhood education. I had a legislator friend recently, and I was having a conversation about school choice. He reached out and says, hey, how about instead of just complaining about it, you give me some solutions? And I took that challenge. So let's talk about that. And here's one of my solutions. When we talk about choice, let's talk about the choice of giving every child in the state of Mississippi the opportunity for early childhood education. If we want to transform both its schools and our economy, the smartest investment we can make is in early childhood education. Y'all, decades of research is clear. The first 5 years of life shape the next 50. Brain development during this window is faster and more sensitive than any other stage in life. By age 5, 90% of the brain development has already occurred. What happens or doesn't happen before kindergarten determines whether children start school ready to learn or already struggling to catch up. Right now, Mississippi serves a little over 7,000 4-year-olds in state-funded pre-K programs. That's only about 20% of our total 4-year-old population, and very few 3-year-olds. I know 2 public school 3-year-old programs in Mississippi, and that's Oxford and Grenada. There may be others, but I know it's few. Alabama serves 41%, Arkansas 32%, Louisiana 34% of their 4-year-olds. And really the frustrating part about this is that Mississippi meets all of the NIEER quality benchmarks, all 10 of them for early childhood education. What does that mean? That means that those educational institutions in Mississippi that are instituting early childhood education for 4-year-olds are doing an amazing job across our state. So we already know how to do it, and we know how to do it well. We just need to do it for more children. And for the economist people in the room, the return on investment, and this is a study by economist James Heckman, he estimated that for every $1 invested in early childhood yields $7 to $10 in long-term social and economic benefits. Higher earnings, reduced spendings on remediation, special education, incarceration, and welfare. And y'all, that's not speculation. That's one of the most consistently verified findings in economics. So early childhood is not just a moral imperative, it's an economic strategy for Mississippi's future. States that lead in early learning also lead in workforce readiness, in business recruitment, in long-term economic growth. And if we want Mississippi to be competitive regionally and nationally, we can't start the race when children are 5. We need to start no later than 4, but 3 would be better. So again, recommendations, maybe we could expand access to high quality early learning for at least 50% of all of our 4-year-olds within 3 years. Let's get closer to our neighboring states. Begin phase-in inclusion for 3-year-olds. Increase the per child funding to maintain the high standards of our collaboratives that we have in the state. And strengthen partnerships between public schools, private Head Start programs. And then lastly, and I know this came up last year with the state funding formula, we need to make sure that we continue to fund our pre-K students in our funding formula. That's really important. The collaborative money is excellent, and we're so thankful for those funds. But it takes more money to educate a 3- and 4-year-old than it does any student, because those class sizes are so much significantly smaller than a high school class size. And you also have to have multiple adults in the classroom. So it's really, really important that we continue to fund those 3- and 4-year-olds in our funding formula. The next topic of conversation or issue I would like to discuss today is funding no dead end pathways for students. Mississippi ranks near the bottom nationally in labor force participation. I know you guys are well aware of that. This figure is not just an economic statistics, though. It's a reflection of opportunity. It tells us that too many Mississippians graduate from high school or even college without a clear, connected path to meaningful, well-paying work. It's not our state lacks jobs. In fact, employers across Mississippi, from healthcare to advanced manufacturing to informational technology, they report difficulty filling high-stake positions. So the real problem lies with the disconnect in between education and the economy in our state. Too many students leave high school uncertain of their direction, unclear of their strengths, and without the credentials or experience employers demand. So if we're really serious about transforming Mississippi's workforce and future, we must build a system of education that guarantees no dead ends, only pathways forward. And I'm sure that you're well aware of some of the global research on this. There's other countries that have done this well. Finland, Switzerland, Singapore have done this well. Finland integrates academic vocational options under one unified public system. Switzerland operates on one of the most respected apprenticeship models in the world. They roughly have 70% of their secondary students that are participating in paid apprenticeships that blend just traditional classroom instruction with real world experiences. Employer schools and governments in Switzerland share the responsibility for training and assessment. And as a result, Switzerland maintains one of the lowest youth unemployment rates globally at just 2.1%. And then you have Singapore. You have that designs its polytechnic and institutional of technology, of technical education systems around industry clusters. And what those industry clusters do, they allow students to stack credentials in order to be more prepared for the job force moving forward. Look, Mississippi can do this, right? We can have our own version of what I just described. We could have college-ready pathways, traditional academic route designed for students that are pursuing four-year degrees, emphasizing critical thinking, communication, and analytical skills. We could have an applied learning pathway, which is a blended route combining rigorous academics with paid work experiences, internships, certifications, and collaborations with business and industry. We could have direct-to-career pathways, a workforce-aligned route leading directly from high-demand industries such as healthcare, informational technology, education, construction, and so on. And each of these pathways would be built on stackable, portable credentials that give students the flexibility to move between education and work without losing progress. The work is not just about improving schools when we talk about these no dead-end pathways. It's about building the workforce that Mississippi needs to compete nationally and also globally. So just some recommendations. Maybe we could establish a statewide pathway fund, create a dedicated recurring fund to support things like industry recognized credentials and apprenticeships in school districts across our state. We can incentivize regional partnerships, encouraging collaboration between school districts, community college, universities, local EDF or economic development foundation boards, and employers. Maybe the idea is to tie funding in some way to outcomes when it comes to some of these credentials earned. Or maybe measuring the employment rate of students that leave a school district and go into work or go into college. In other words, the dead end should not be a kid getting a high school diploma. If we think the end game is a child walking across the stage and getting a diploma, we are missing it. If they're not getting into the workforce or better preparing themselves for the workforce, we have to look beyond the diploma. And then lastly, briefly, I just want to touch on student mental health. Mississippi students are facing a mental health crisis, and our schools are being asked to manage it. In a lot of cases, that's without the resources, staffing, or structures they need to be able to do it. 42% of high school students across our country report feeling persistently sad or hopeless. 1 in 5 seriously consider suicide. In Mississippi, nearly 30% of high school students reported persistent sadness, and 15 reported suicidal thoughts. The Mississippi Department of Mental Health reports a 45% increase in youth mental health referrals in between 2018 and 2024. During that same time, 65% of districts reported having no licensed mental health professionals on staff. You can see the level of crisis. This is not just a stat. It is the lived experiences of teachers, counselors, principals across our state. Educators are doing everything they can to fill the gap, but teachers aren't trained clinicians. When mental health challenges go unaddressed, they don't just disappear. They surface as chronic absenteeism, discipline referrals, disengagement, and low academic performance. So, as much as we'd like, we can't separate mental health from learning because one fuels the other. A child who's anxious and hungry and grieving or unsafe cannot fully engage in math, reading, or science. When a child's basic emotional needs are unmet, learning becomes secondary, supporting mental health. It's not extra, It's essential. So in closing, I just want to say that our public schools have already proven what's possible when we invest in what works. Over the last decade, our students, teachers, and communities have delivered one of the most remarkable educational turnarounds in the country. We've shown that progress doesn't require privatization or ideology. It requires focus, consistency, and belief in our people. We don't need to compete against ourselves. We need to collaborate. We don't need to dismantle a system that's improving. We need to sustain it and strengthen it. I'm well-versed in the language of improvement, science and improvement work. And I just want to say, when you have a system that is statistically improving, the worst thing you can do is blow it up. The best thing you can do is to continue to look for root causes and ways to introduce small change ideas or change agents to improve it. So Mississippi's future depends on our courage to keep doing what's right, not just what's easy. We must remember that the purpose of education is not competition, as I just said, it's contribution. It's not about a market, it's about mission. So thank you for your time, your service, and your commitment to the future of Mississippi's children.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think we'll just take questions at the end. We'll let all four superintendents present and then and have questions at the end. So up next is Dr. Green. Yeah, thank you.
Here we are. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for giving us a chance to come and talk with you just for a few minutes about what we've been up to, the hard work we've been up to. I'm Eric Green. I'm the superintendent of Jackson Public Schools right here in Jackson. I've been the superintendent here with JPS for 7 years, in the 8th year. So for sure, we've had a lot of changes and a lot of work that we've been able to move through, but excited to share some of what we believe has helped us to improve outcomes for children and families in Jackson Public Schools, to operate more efficiently, and of course, some of the work that we're focused on going forward for continued improvement. And so appreciate your indulgence. We strive to ground all that we do, all our thinking, our decision-making, all our presentations to families and scholars, just everything in the strategic plan that we have launched. In that plan, we've got our vision statement, our mission, and of course, our core values. In the vision statement, it contemplates scholars achieving globally, contributing locally to their community, but also being individually fulfilled. And we believe all of those are important for us as educators to address. In our mission statement, lifting up the knowledge, the skills, the dispositions, all of that in order for scholars to be most successful. We've established core values that we believe help us to align across the district, and again, our decision-making, but also in our behaviors. And so we appreciate that we've been able to have some traction with all of those grounding statements and concepts within our district. In our strategic plan, we have 5 major commitments that we're making to families and to our scholars. We don't call them priorities or any of that, because we do try and strive to engage with them as commitments. They include, of course, innovative teaching and learning, talented individuals and teams. And so all of our work around the work of educating young people, but also systems-wide leadership and engagement. JPS Joy. We wanted to lift up from safety and all the conversation around safety to creating spaces where our scholars, our team members, their families, all of those engaged in and around our schools feel and experience some sense of joy, which we believe further contributes to their engagement and retention in our schools. Commitment number 4 is our focus on organizational effectiveness. As we know, our work is not just in classrooms. As important and prioritized as that work is, we lead systems, and we've got to be mindful of the way that our systems operate, the efficiencies that we find, the ways that we create consistent practices, repeatable practices that allow us to build on and to see momentum over time. And then lastly, our commitment number 5 is for a strong finish. In the prior iteration of our strategic plan, we lifted up a strong start. And as you've heard from my colleague, we know that there's tons of research, tons of experiences around what it means to provide our children with a really strong start, supporting them as they launch into their education careers so that as they continue on, you're intervening less and building on their knowledge base and skill sets. If you would like to reference our strategic plan, there's a QR code there for you if you want to capture that, or of course you can go to our website if you'd like to reference the strategic plan and see it in its entirety. By the numbers, just a few quick numbers about our school district. As of the end of last school year, we were at 627 scholars. This year, we've peaked at just at 17,000 scholars. Our number of employees, 3,126, and that, again, as you've heard from others, is there are additional vacancies that are not counted here. So we too struggle with ensuring that all of our teachers' assistants, our bus drivers, our cafeteria workers, even teachers and special education teachers, teachers of some of the more rigorous content, maintaining those. But our current employee number is at 3,126. The number of schools and programs that we operate within Jackson Public Schools is 43. That's the neighborhood schools and magnet schools, as well as special programs. And I'll enumerate those in a bit and tell you a little bit more about some of those programs there. And our fiscal year 26 budget, all in, that's all of the funds, the federal, state, and local funds, $438 million. If you'd like to access, actually, our most recent annual report is from 23-24. The 24-25 is not yet out. But if you'd like to access the annual report, it's there, or again, you can go to our website to grab that. Just a few performance data points, because I want to talk a little bit more about what we're doing to move our schools forward. We're currently sitting at an accountability rating of C. We've maintained that over a few years, so we proven to those who thought it was just a fluke as we were starting to gain momentum, that it wasn't that, but that we're maintaining and certainly looking forward to even higher performance there. And of course, and I'm sure all of you know, that was after more than a decade of some of the lowest performance in our district. So we're excited to have reached this place, but certainly looking forward to even higher performance on the accountability rating. And again, I'll talk a bit about some of the efforts to help us to get there. Our daily attendance rate is at 93%. Of course, you always want that to be the very highest it can be. And I believe we've set a goal at 95%. And so working with our scholars and families to ensure that our scholars are in school on time, every day, to get all that they need in their learning and development. Also, we've been working in a lot of, from several angles to support our scholars in making better choices, also to remain in school and not be suspended, but just to contribute more positively to the school community and adding to that JPS joy that we're all working towards. Some of the key improvement strategies that we've been working through, I'll talk through just a handful of them. Scholar and family engagement. We're working really, really hard to ensure that our scholars feel a sense of belonging, that they feel connected to our schools, that they feel an experienced voice in our schools, in our school district, as well as our families, our team members, and others in and around our schools. And so we've created advisory committees that help us to get a sense of what they're feeling, what they're sensing, especially if they're closer to any of the challenges or problems or the things that seem to be working, just to make sure that we're hearing directly from them. We've also increased the out of school time experiences for scholars. And so that's, of course, after school programming, but as well, some of the extracurricular, co-curricular activities that they have, because we know that the better the more that they're connected to those kinds of programs, the more likely they are to make positive decisions, to make contributions, but also to be plugged in ways that allow them to open up and take academic risks and maintain and grow as learners. And of course, we've implemented a number of digital tools to help our families to remain connected with us. And that's monitoring attendance, of course, monitoring scholars' achievement, their grades, homework completion and that sort of thing, but also being able to monitor buses and transportation. As we know from time to time, those present some pain points for us, and our families need to make sure that they're aware of where scholars are. Another of our major or key improvement strategies is centered around high quality instruction. And so we, some years ago, after I joined Jackson Public Schools, we reorganized the district to better support schools, to ensure that all of our work really focused in and attached itself to and was accountable to what happens in schools and not just separate and apart and operating in silos. We've created, again, 6 or so years ago, created the Office of Teaching and Learning, recalibrated what was in place to ensure that we've got a centralized, consistent system of supports for daily instructional practices. We adopted new high-quality instructional materials across all of our core subject areas, increased professional development offerings for all educators and leaders, not just teachers. And so that includes, as a school district, mapping out the professional learning for all of us. What are we focused on this year? What will that look like over the arc of the year to ensure that that we don't just have classes or PD sessions, but that we truly learn and grow and develop as the educators that we need to be and leaders. We've increased the number of professional development days for our teachers, which means that we've purchased additional time with our teachers to ensure that they've got time to delve more deeply into the curriculum, to lesson plan, to co-plan with their colleagues, to review data, all of those sorts of things that we ask of teachers, but don't always give them, and school leaders, but don't always give them time to do. And so we're excited to have been able to do that, and we're seeing that pay dividends as we go more deeply into what scholars need to know and how to pivot our learning and instruction over time to support them. And we've also revamped the monthly PD days for our principals to ensure that, again, it's not just a sit and get, but it's time for principals to really learn from one another, to share promising practices. We lift up and celebrate data points that are moving in the right direction. We allow principals to share some of the things that they're doing where they seem to have some expertise and can share with their peers. But those days are much more fruitful these days. We get the feedback and we start to see the practices shift in schools as a result of some of the professional learning that we're offering to our team members. Another of the key improvement strategies that we've lifted up, and one that you hear us talking about quite a bit, is this effective and continuous coaching and feedback. We believe that everybody needs and deserves coaching. Everyone. If you look at professional sports, they get coaching. If you look at the folks who are making millions and millions of dollars as artists, whether they're singers, musicians, or actors, they all get coaching. And so we have adopted this as an ethos within Jackson Public Schools. And so we've adopted a district-wide coaching framework to help to guide our coaching efforts. We've started to implement what we call real-time feedback and coaching, which means if you are a leader and you're leading your team meeting and you're trying to get through a really difficult topic or issue with your team, your colleague or your supervisor, the assistant superintendent, might send you a Post-it or whisper in your ear about something you might say or do to help to ensure that folks are engaged and get what they need. The same is true with our teachers, and hopefully in not so intrusive ways. We're developing a practice around sliding a note to a teacher or asking a question of the class that might allow the scholars to check for their understanding, or to deepen their understanding, or to show what they know, and all those sorts of things. We believe all of this work around coaching and feedback to be the breakfast of champions. Our team members see us as leaders, as district and school leaders getting coached. And so we're trying to model the way as we work through continuous improvement efforts there. All right. As I mentioned, we've got several special programs within Jackson Public Schools. Many of these you probably know of. Some of them are ones that routinely end up on some of the top 20, top 10 rankings in the state, such as Northwest Middle School or Obama Magnet School. Both of those are IB, International Baccalaureate schools or programs. McWillie Elementary School is our Montessori program. I believe it's one of, if not the only, public Montessori school in the state. Y'all fact check me on that. I don't want to get in trouble with the fact checkers out there. But it's one of, and so we're very proud of those schools and proud of the cultures that are built within and around those schools, around learning, around treating one another with kindness, but also intellectual curiosity. And it's so exciting to see these young people and the adults working with them in these programs, doing some really wonderful work. I'll come back and talk about a few of these in a moment and go a little more deeply into them. Some of the other special programs that we have within Jackson Public Schools help us to meet specific niche needs. Such as this first, the Atlas program, which is geared towards, it's a new program that we launched this year, and it's geared towards those scholars who are coming to us with very little English language skills. And so they're in our schools and we know we've got to serve them. And so this is a way that we're seeking to provide them with some really structured language acquisition support. We also have excuse me, the Career Development Center, which is our CTE program, and I'll talk a bit more about that. Excited to share a bit more about that program in particular. Others, I won't list them all, but our JTEX, the Early College High with Tougaloo, our Jackson Middle College, which is in partnership with Jackson State. And again, I'll talk a little bit more about those in just a moment. Starting with Career Development Center. I am amazed at the number of people who live in Jackson or around Jackson. Many of them have some connection to Jackson Public Schools. They attended at some point, or their children or family members or someone's within the system or was, and they have no knowledge of our Career Development Center. For years, we've offered career and technical education at the CDC, at the Career Development Center. There are 23 formal career pathways offered through CDC to include barbering and cosmetology, but also welding and HVAC and plumbing and electrical and automotive and child development, supporting those who want to go into schools or early childhood centers, culinary, logistics, which is in response to some of the conversations we've had with industry leaders in the area, the Nissans and Continentals of the area. So several programs there that are geared towards supporting our scholars in finding and attaching themselves to some career pathways that they can live out right here in the state that we're excited about. There are opportunities for scholars to get industry certifications, dual credit, ACT Work Keys certificate, readiness certification, and some work-based learning opportunities, whether on-site with us, on-site at some of the nearby industry leaders, such as Nissan, and even virtually. We use some VR technology to help them to get a sense of some of the opportunities there. So lots happening at CDC, at the Career Development Center, and we certainly invite all of you to join us and learn more about that. Our Jackson Middle College is another of our newer programs. We're in year 2, I believe, or 3. Year 2 of the, no, we're in year 3 of the Jackson Middle College. This is an innovative program, a unique program in partnership with Jackson State University, where our scholars are dually enrolled. The goal of this program is to meet one of our needs, as well as provide a career pathway for scholars. It's hard for us to find mathematics teachers. And so we have developed a program to help young people to get the training, the certification, and come back and join us in Team JPS as math teachers. And so they spend their junior and senior year with us, dually enrolled with Jackson State. They continue on with Jackson State to complete their undergraduate degree in mathematics education, and also, of course, working towards the licensure. And they commit to working with JPS for a minimum of 3 years following their graduation. So we're super excited about this. The first cohort of scholars are now in their first full year as Jackson State students. And so we're just very hopeful about what this will yield for us over time as we continue to live out this partnership with Jackson State. And the last one that I'll lift up is an oldie but goodie. It's been around for some time. We just over the summer, completed $20+ million worth of renovations in the Bailey building right there at State and Woodrow Wilson. Really excited to have the scholars back in that building. We're serving grades 4th through 8th grades. Our scholars are being, excuse me, being challenged academically, but also being challenged and supported to develop their performing arts, whether it's music or drama or dance, or you name it, they're learning there, as well as many other aspects of kind of the writing and the back of the house, back of the arts, kind of learning, developing well-rounded scholars. Bailey, again, has been one of our higher performing schools for some years. We've got scholars who ride their bikes to school. It's just a wonderful program with really strong community support, parent support, and we're excited to continue that as one of the many opportunities and offerings here in Jackson Public Schools. As I know you know, and likely have heard over some time, we found ourselves at a point some years back where we simply could not continue operating with the footprint at that time, the number of schools that we were running. And so in working with our board and working with our parents and community and school leaders and all, we worked to develop a plan that would reduce our footprint, the number of schools that we were operating in the district. And in doing so, oh, thank you. And in doing so, we were able to close and consolidate 13 of our schools. It was not easy. Not everyone agreed with it. We got some pushback, of course, but ultimately we were able to get to a place where we as a district could lift up what would be on the other side of the closures and consolidations, and not simply what people were going to lose out on. And so we're excited today to be in fewer buildings and to make good on the promises we made. Those buildings are far more functional. We've been able to redirect some of the funds that would have been utilized to basically put Band-Aids on some of the other buildings, but to redirect those to the remaining facilities that we're operating in. We've been able to shore up, while we still have some teacher vacancies and staff vacancies, we have fewer of them because we don't have as many classrooms with few children in them. And so lots of positives that have come from the repurpose or the consolidation effort. But one of the big concerns from community was what would happen with those buildings. What would we do with the buildings that we vacated? And so we very quickly launched a facilities repurposing initiative. And if you'd like to learn a little more about it, there's a QR code for you there to capture, or you can go to our website and just get a better sense of how we're operating that initiative and working to find a new homes and new bring new life really to those buildings and those communities where we vacated. Lastly, to all of you here, and again, appreciate the time that you've given us. Just want to talk through a few. There are lots of things that are challenges for school leaders and for district leaders. Just a few things that I'll lift up that I think will not be news to you. Chronic absenteeism is a major challenge for us. It's a challenge for us. I believe, as I've heard from my peers, it's a challenge in other places for a myriad of reasons, not the least of which are some of the social ills and challenges that exist in our communities and that our scholars are dealing with. As well, some of the mental health challenges that scholars present with and are working through. We're finding that they and families are choosing more often to give them a break from school, which then drives up absenteeism. And so probably a number of reasons that could be listed, but this is one that I just wanted to name. Another that I will name, I would be remiss if I didn't, this school choice, the school choice options that have been batted around the state and around the country. I appreciate what we've heard from the senators and from this education committee with concerns and frankly, what I see is holding us all accountable and wanting to hold us all accountable for the public dollars that are spent educating children. But specifically, a couple of the things that I want to lift up here is this issue around homeschooling. There are so many young people that we've experienced whose families claim that they've been homeschooling. And yet we find ourselves receiving those scholars back after a year, a couple of years, and they're older, but they're not necessarily any more advanced academically. And we don't have a choice. We've got to educate them when they show up at our doors. Well, one of the reasons why we have the fast track program that I listed earlier as one of our niche programs is because we have a number of elementary or middle school aged children who are years behind. And it's because they've shown up back in schools without having had the progression of learning. And so there's a need for some accountability there and a need for us to look again at what is allowed for in homeschooling. Charter schools, probably no surprise, I'm lifting that up as a challenge. Charter schools exist. There's also a built-in accountability system that we can argue about whether it's enough, but I think at least I would hope that this committee and our legislators will look at how accountability is being applied to charter schools across the board, just as we traditional public schools are being held accountable for our performance. Authorization is another thing that I'll lift up specifically with regard to charter schools. We've seen over the last couple of years some shifting of rules as it pertains to authorization, which is not about, which is changing the kind of the definition of what needs to be authorized. Programs being expanded far beyond what they currently run into a completely different realm, but in the name of expansion, when we would call that a new school or a new school program. And so I would ask you to take a closer look at that, as well again as funding, and not simply what they're funded, but how they're funded. We're required to cut a lump sum check to charter schools, but we don't get paid in lump sum. We're paid in increments throughout the year, but we're required to make a lump sum payment to them. As you might imagine, given that we're now at about $12 million in payment annually to charter schools just from our district, that's a huge hit to our schools and our school system in terms of cash flow. Last thing I'll name again is educator shortages. I won't go so deeply into that. I know you've heard that from others, and I'll just lift it up as yet another challenge for us here. Before I leave, I do want to thank you for your support. I specifically want to thank Senator Blount and others who have supported us, specifically around some of the movement with the language around facilities and our ability to repurpose facilities. I know there's continued work and consideration of new legislation to rethink the automatic reverter clause that's involved in the law now, as well as the first right of refusal that's offered to charters if we go to surplus and sell or lease a building. So just want to thank you specifically, Senator, and others who have been sensitive to those needs and those challenges as we really do work to be most effective and efficient with the dollars that we're provided. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Green. And I especially want to commend you on that consolidation, because that's not easy. When you go from almost 30,000 students down to under 18, it makes tough decisions. So I wish other school districts around the state would follow your lead, I guess, on that when it comes to declining enrollment and making tough choices. So thank you. Up next, Alan. Thank you, sir. Mr. Lum.
Thank you so much. I'm Alan Lumpkin, and I'm humbled and honored to serve as the superintendent for the Scott County School District. I've been in education for 30 years now, and I will say this, I'm probably going to relieve you a little bit. As a 30-year educator, I can read a classroom. You've been here all day. I get it. So I'm going to cut to the chase, if that's okay with you. All right? I'm going to speak from my heart to you for a little bit. First of all, as an old baseball coach, I also understand that we're smart enough in this lineup here to lead off with Shohei Ohtani and Freddie Freeman. So I appreciate my colleagues and what they talked to you about today. And so I'm just going to reinforce a couple of things that they talked about that really mean a lot to me and what I've seen over 30 years of education. We understand as superintendents, a lot of people walk into our office or come to our community advisory meetings, our teacher meetings, and they want us to fix the problem. And I understand today, a lot of people are coming to you today and you're hearing today, and they want you to fix a lot of problems with our youth today in reference to education. I get it. I want to share to you that we don't have all the answers, but I can tell you this, that we're on the forefront each and every day in a passionate fight for the future of the children in the state of Mississippi. And I thank you for your support. Senator Barr, I do know this. This Senate Education Committee has given us an opportunity every year to either come in and have conversations like this with you yourself, just in a sidebar meeting in a room over here on the side of the Capitol. Lieutenant Governor Hoseman has invited superintendents to come in and speak with him. Thank you for a seat at the table to be able to have these discussions, to be able to meet these challenges. So thank you very much. I want to tell you just a little bit about Scott County School District and a program that we're doing. Again, we can't come here and just throw everything at your feet and say, hey, fix our problems. The teacher shortage is something I'm going to talk to you about. My colleagues did an outstanding job of showing you the problem, and I think you understand that. Teacher recruitment, teacher retention. We talk about the Mississippi Miracle. A lot of adults are getting in line to take credit for the Mississippi Miracle. I encourage you to put the adults in the front of the lines that made it happen. That's the men and women who step in front of our classrooms each and every day and have done so during this Mississippi Miracle. Not me, not my colleagues. No, it's those men and women. So I'm going to talk to you passionate about a teacher pay raise. That's where the credit goes, and I encourage you to strongly consider. They gave you the data. Strongly consider rewarding our teachers, not only rewarding them, but let me say, if we want to sustain the Mississippi Miracle, we have to retain teachers and we have to recruit teachers into this profession. And the current salary is not recruiting teachers into the profession. My oldest daughter is teaching. She's been doing so for 10 years. I'm very proud of her. My middle daughter is 25 years of age, and she's battling back and forth. Finally got her into the school system as a dual credit facilitator, a non-certified position. And she's still battling because she worked for years of Olive Garden, making $36,000 a year. I finally got her to understand, because of the new tier system, baby, we got to get you in before March 11th. We got to get you in there. So she's in there and she's making about, I think, $20,000 as an uncertified person. And she reminds me every day, Daddy, I just threw 16,000. I was making 36 at Olive Garden. And I said, baby, I know you can't see it right now, but you got to look 30 years, 33 years down the road. But that's the struggle that we're having. I'm having it with my own daughter, who wants to be a teacher one day, but she also wants to be able to provide the things for her children and her future family. Also, I just want to, again, where or who should be in the front of that line of the Mississippi Miracle and who should be getting that credit. I also want to encourage you. We know probably coming down the line that'll be put in front of you is a bill that's going to tie these together. And it's going to tie it with school choice. I'm just going to make a request. Let the Mississippi Miracle stand on the merits of our classroom teachers. Let school choice stand on its own merits. Don't tie them together. If school choice is the best for Mississippi, the data will show it. It'll stand on its own merit, because I know for a fact the merits are our teachers who are the ones that have performed the Mississippi Miracle. I know they'll stand on their merits. So please do not allow our teacher pay raise to be tied to a controversial football. I beg you. Next thing I'll share with you is very personal to Scott County, and I promised you I was going to be brief, and I'm going to shut up. I'm going to talk specifically about Scott County School District. It's very unique. Been in education 30 years. Again, as superintendent, blessed to be able to serve students and communities and teachers and staff as a superintendent for about 15 years in 2 different school districts. Scott County School District, or Scott County in general, the county is home to 2 school districts with the largest percentage of EL students in the state of Mississippi. It's a different teaching position in those schools, in those school districts. You're not only a science teacher if you're teaching EL students, English, their second language. You're teaching science, you're teaching English, you're teaching reading. It's a different position. I want to ask this, and might be a little different from my colleagues, but again, I'm representing and passionate about our EL students. You saw the data. You saw it as the MDE talked to you, and the growth of our Hispanic students. Where did that come from? The men and women who stand in front of them each and every day in our EL schools. I ask you, we give a supplement to National Board Certified Teachers. It's tough to recruit teachers to come to a school district with a high percentage of EL students when they're held to an accountability rating. I encourage you, think about a state-funded supplement for teachers who are willing to step into these school districts and teach at a school with a high percentage of EL students. Help us recruit those teachers with a higher salary and with a supplement to be able to do that. Again, I want to thank you so much for what you do, but more importantly, thank you for the opportunity to have a conversation. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And last but not least, Charles Breland.
Yes, and I'm going to echo Alan's sentiment that I'm proud to announce I'm going to be your favorite speaker today because I've looked at your agenda and I know I'm last today. So I'm going to promise to be brief because my children, who are apparently more tech savvy than me, are watching on YouTube, and I've already had my oldest daughter text me and said, "Daddy, how do they sit and listen to you all day long?" And I said, well, they have a lot of patience. So thank you for your patience. And real briefly, I just do want to say that I am Charles Breland. I'm the superintendent of the Greene County School District. I've had that honor for the past 10 years to serve. And then education is just not my profession. It's my calling. It's my legacy. My great-grandfather served as the superintendent of Greene County Schools. His father served as the superintendent of schools. And my great-great-uncle also served as the superintendent of schools in Greene County. So we have a deep, deep history of education in our community. Not only that, but all 5 of my children have either completed or are currently attending the Greene County school system. My great-grandfather also, as a side note, once upon a time served in the House for one term. I don't know if he lost or if he decided to not run for re-election, but he got smarter next time and was elected to the Senate, and he served a term over here in the Senate as well. So he served as superintendent and in the Senate. So he's somebody I truly admire. I'm a product of the Greene County schools myself. And I can just tell you, as the last elected superintendent and the first appointed, education truly means a lot to me, and Greene County means a lot to me. It's personal. Our district is composed of 5 campuses and a vocational center. Over the past decade, the district has maintained an A or B rating every single year. And Greene County High School, our only high school, has consistently been one of the top schools in the state. Last year ranking 7th in the state, and this year 12th. That success is a testament to the hard work of our students, our teachers, administrators, and even our community, people who simply refuse to settle for average. The Greene County itself is a special and unique place. It's one of the most rural in South Mississippi. I often joke that our 700+ square miles, and Senator Barr can attest, that we don't have a single red light in the county, and we only have one grocery store, the Piggly Wiggly. Greene County is what you call a bedroom community. Most individuals work elsewhere, but they live there. And with little industry property owners like ourselves, we are the ones that provide the local tax revenues. And for that reason, our district has worked very hard to keep school millage at basically the same rate it has been for over 30 years. Rural districts like ours are tasked with doing more with less. And that requires creativity and careful planning to keep schools open despite gradual decline in enrollment over the past decades. Because you see, I believe that community schools matter. They are the heart of the community. And without those local schools in our communities, that community would not exist. I know the trend in many areas is to move away from small schools, but our success has shown that smaller schools can, in fact, bring great results. And I know you hear all the time the major topics of the day, and today I'm going to be real brief and just discuss some that we have and have not talked about. So first, I want to talk about safety. Safety in a rural setting, it remains one of my top priorities, and it has been ever since I've become superintendent. It's also been one of my greatest challenges. You see, in our county seat of which I live, our city doesn't even have a police force. They rely on the local sheriff's office to take care of the city. That means of all our schools across the county, some that are 22 and 21 miles away, We rely on the Greene County Sheriff's Department. Now, response times, of course, are not always going to be great when you have that much area to cover. And he's like ourselves, doesn't have as many individuals to patrol. We, as a school district, have a part-time retired SRO who covers all of our schools when and where he can. I want to strongly encourage you to consider something that hasn't been talked about as much, but consider funding for SROs across the state or some other trained security personnel in every school. We've been able to make some significant progress in Greene County through grants by improving our entryways and doors and window security and communications, a whole lot of things. However, we can replace doors and windows, but nothing replaces the peace of mind that comes from knowing our campuses are truly protected. And every parent deserves to know that their child is protected, and every teacher deserves to know that help is close by when it is needed most. Recent events, as you know, in our state have demonstrated the need to relook at security in our schools. That should be our top priority. Second, I want to briefly talk about teacher recruitment and retention. It's one of the most pressing issues we face, especially in a rural district like mine. It's not that we lack talented educators. We have some of the best anywhere, and our scores show it. But attracting and keeping them, especially in high demand areas like math and special education, is a great, great challenge. Our greatest success as a district has come from filling vacancies by going to neighboring Alabama and recruiting retired teachers from Alabama to come over and work a while in Mississippi. I want to encourage you to consider legislation that allows greater flexibility in employing our retired teachers. I know that legislation was just sent through in the past session or so, but in all honesty, it's not effective. We need more flexibility to put our retired people to work. We need them, if they're willing to come and serve and work, we need to make it worth their while. Additionally, I want to touch on and ask you to consider to relook at the PERS Tier 5. For many years, the state retirement system has been one of the best tools for recruiting and retaining quality educators. Now that these changes are already causing many to rethink their future in public service, and I can speak from personal experience. Just like Alan, I have a daughter. She's going to school at Mississippi College to be a math teacher. And now I'm having to try to encourage her not to go over to Alabama because I want her to work in Mississippi. We don't need to lose educators before they get started. We need a retirement system that supports our recruitment and retention efforts here in Mississippi. And I know that is much easier said than done. As Alan said, we throw problems on you and expect you to be able to fix them. And I know that PERS is a big one, but it is worth doing. It is worth doing what it takes to ensure a stable and sustainable system for current and future public servants. We can't build the future of our classrooms if we don't give them something to look to. Another area of consideration, and I know you've heard this one before, is the state teachers' insurance. Premiums and deductibles continue to rise while benefits continue to decrease. Just this past week, I was denied some of my own medicine on the new insurance plan and changes it has. Once that was the major perk of the job, a lot of people would come to work for the insurance. The insurance is no longer a major recruitment tool or selling point. If there was a way to work on that and improve it, maybe we could help recruit teachers. But that, combined with low pay and the changes in PERS, that leaves very few incentives for us to recruit new people to the teaching field. Third is something that we don't think a lot of, well, we have thought a lot about in the past, especially since COVID. My colleagues have said it, and it is correct. We need access to support services. The need for counselors and mental health support in schools has never been greater. In small communities like mine, the school is often the only place where we can find emotional and mental health support. And many of our schools, such as ours, share single counselors, and there simply aren't enough certified professionals to fill the gap. Anything that you can do to help recruit, retain, and fund more certified counselors would be of great benefit to all. Sometimes the difference between a student who gives up and a student who graduates is simply having someone there to listen. So let's place a greater emphasis on our mental health. And finally, balancing innovation with capacity. And I say that because that's how it works in a smaller school district. We're always eager to embrace new ideas and look for creative ways to get things done. From technology integration to early college classes to career and technical education. But in a small district, resources can be very limited, and innovation can stretch our people thin because they're often having to do multiple jobs. We've learned to be creative, efficient, and strategic, making sure everything we do can directly benefit our students while being mindful of our capacity to do it. It may be beneficial to review state laws, regulations, and accreditation standards that could be changed or eliminated altogether to allow greater flexibility for districts. Imagine how much further public schools could go if they had the freedom to truly be innovative without layers of mandates that limits local decision-making. Give us that flexibility and we'll show you what we can do. Public schools have a system in place to hold us accountable, where others do not. And to that point, I have to agree with my friend Bradley, who made the statement, public dollars should require public results. In closing, I want to emphasize that rural districts like Greene County are proof that small does not mean less. We may not have a red light, we may not have a large industry, but we do have a deep commitment to our students and community that believes in the power of public education. They believe that public schools are the best choice for their children, and they deserve our continued support, especially based on the tremendous gains that we have made over the past few years. And I know as discussions continue around school choice and Tim Tebow and the like, I want to simply encourage caution. In small rural areas like ours, athletics and extracurricular activities are far more than after-school activities. They are often the key to keeping students engaged, motivated, and connected to their schools. For many of our young people, being part of a team is what gives them purpose and keeps them on track to graduate. If legislation shifts those opportunities away from public schools, it could unintentionally weaken one of our most effective tools to keep kids from dropping out and promoting student success. For some kids, Friday night lights are the reason they show up for Monday morning math. Public education is not a problem to fix. Public education is the answer. It was the answer for me, a boy from Greene County, the first male on his mother's side to ever even finish high school or get a degree, and who now has the privilege of leading that very district that give him the tools to break generational poverty and prove that public education still works. And I want to say is that proof, it was the answer for me, and it can be the answer for every child because public schools always welcome every student who walks through the door. Thank you for the opportunity to work together to ensure that every child gets the education they deserve through public education. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Breland. And not only is Mr. Breland a superintendent, he's also a bus driver. So he does it all back home. We know that. So that's right. I got it. So I had a bunch of questions I was going to ask each of you, but I know at the late hour, I don't want to keep anybody around, but did anybody have any questions? I know Senator Wiggins probably does, so I'll defer to him. He's probably to all of you, so be prepared. I recognize Senator Wiggins.
Well, yes, I could sit here and talk with y'all, but I'm not gonna, I may make a couple comments, but I first want to say thank you for y'all coming. And honestly, thank y'all for, being here, and particularly, Mr. Robertson for standing up and telling us how, writing your op-ed, and we need to hear the truth about how people feel. And it's been my experience that teachers don't always, because they're teaching and they're all that. At times I know y'all are the voice for teachers, maybe all the time. So, and I was impressed by, as a person from the coast who maybe didn't know much about JPS, I was impressed with everything that y'all got going on and what I call the creativity. And that's what my ultimate question is going to be, what I call the creativity. So I'm impressed by what's going on with that. And then, Mr. Lumpkin, y'all may be the first, ELL, but my district, Pascagoula Gaucher, is second of, students. And I will tell you that what I see those teachers teaching, and you're right about the accountability, and I think that needs to be considered if we get down that road. But they they provide such a fabulous part of the community. And this was in the paper, in the city of Pascagoula, 22% are Hispanic. And they are the backbone in one part or another of the manufacturing that goes on there. So I think that's something. But so my question, now to get to the question, because I could talk about these things, is this whole debate or discussion on school choice, and y'all can answer one person or together or whatever. If some of my questions, my frustration as I've been on this committee is the, I will call it failure to innovate that goes on in our school systems, because what I think where this debate is coming from is, I get there's people that may have personal interests or whatever, they got that, but on a certain level, it is constituents of legislators who are looking for different alternatives. And we like choice. Yes, we do. They're looking for different alternatives. We live in a very fast moving society now, and our children need to compete when they graduate, not with people from Mississippi, but with people from the rest of the world. We are that part of it. And what I think is, you see people wanting options. And when I saw like JPS, I see options. And so then that leads me to the question, why aren't we having options that the public schools can do in other places? In a lot of ways, it seems to me it's just complacency. And I may be wrong, but you were talking about the consolidation, which I've seen, and they had to do that in Biloxi, and people burn down the buildings because they want to close a school that's no longer viable. And I guess I know it's a big question and we don't have a lot of time for it, but it's about us competing systemically with everybody else in the country. And we've proven we can do it. I think where this discussion is coming from is people see where we're going or what the world we live in, and they want those things. And on a certain level, we're not keeping up with that. So that's my question. And if somebody could respond, I would appreciate it.
I'll just share real quickly because I didn't mention this in the Scott County School District just from time purposes, but you're exactly right. One thing that I say all the time is we can't try to defend the indefensible. We have to be innovative in our schools. We will not control the superintendents, the teachers. We need to speak to you and share our concerns with you about school choice. But the people in this room, our legislatures, they will determine what school choice, if it comes about, and what it looks like. What we control is that innovation piece. In the Scott County School District, we have looked at the challenge of a teacher shortage and how can we be innovative in reference to that, as well as to bring those innovative educational opportunities to Scott County. And what we did is we took something that we've done all across the state of Mississippi with career and technical education. A lot of school districts with multiple school zones or multiple high schools have created career and technical education centers. You mentioned one earlier here in JPS. In Scott County this past year, we opened up a STEAM Academy. We took that same approach and said, hey, we can't find 4 chemistry teachers to teach at 4 different high schools in Scott County. We can't find 4 advanced level math teachers, engineering, so on and so forth. So we took the same approach of consolidating. Again, I get I get it too. Our local school boards get raked over the coals when the conversation of consolidation comes up. But what we've sold our school board in Scott County on, we don't have to consolidate schools, but what we can do is consolidate services just like we do with CTE. We bring students from across our 4 high schools to one location from all of our different schools to learn the trade of welding, construction, allied health, into the medical field, those type things. So we said have that same model for STEAM education. So we bring all those students together, and we have our master chemistry teacher teaching chemistry to all of our high school students in Scott County. We recruited an engineering teacher, top of the line, to come there and provide high-level engineering instruction to students in that area. It also gives us an opportunity to partner with East Central Community College. They send 2 professors over each week to assist our students in college A&P courses. Of course, we do dual credit and things of that nature there too. But we also have media arts there as well. So we're being innovative in those approaches, because here's what I do know. Again, we won't be the decision-making process on school choice. But I can tell you in Scott County, we're going to be innovative. We're going to be future thinking. And if it does come down a pipeline, we will be the choice. So we will be innovative in bringing these type things to the table. And I agree with you. We can't be complacent in Mississippi. I go back, we can't be complacent with the teacher pay raise if we're going to continue the Mississippi Miracle. And as leaders of our school systems, we can't be complacent on the work that's been done. We have to be innovative to keep Mississippi at the top of our state. So I agree with you. We have to be innovative.
Well, thank you. And Mr. Robertson, I wanted to point out while you're getting up there and answer that question, my daughter is doing her teaching in the Oxford School District through the METP program. So, and the accountability that y'all mentioned is 100% the case. What y'all mentioned about the collaborative act that y'all cited, it was written into the law, the lead partner had to be either a public school district or a nonprofit. That was solely because of the accountability measure. And you know what? As far as I know, we've never had an issue of where that money's going.
Right.
And I think that's huge about that. So I
Yeah.
just wanted to comment while you're getting up.
Sure. As you think about innovation, the first thing that came to my mind was, we have a district of innovation application that school districts can apply to be innovative in their practices and get release from a lot of these process standards that can lend itself towards accountability to tie the hands.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, and we passed that, and some have taken advantage of it. We passed that 10 years ago.
Right.
And then my question is, why aren't more school districts taking advantage of it? Because it releases the bureaucracy, if you will, allows y'all to be innovative and to do these things that I hear coming out of some of this discussion on the school choice side of things. So
Yeah.
thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, great question. And what I would say to that is, why would we have to apply? If we want districts across our state to be innovative and we are comfortable releasing districts of those standards, then let's just take them out and let's let them be innovative and not have to worry about doing those things if we don't think that that's necessary to begin with. That in some ways levels the playing field with our private school friends that don't have those restrictions that we have. Look, and I'm not saying remove accountability. You got to have accountability. We all know that, right? Accountability drives us to be better each and every day, right? But again, that innovation has allowed us to develop a community-based accountability model around other things than just math, science, and whatever test scores. It's allowed districts like us and Gulfport to be on the 5x5 block schedule because we don't, we think it's just as or more important to have different courses that may have more time in them than others. So, but yeah, I would say that was going to be my comment around the District of Innovation. Maybe we remove all those standards for everyone and say, look, and you guys tell us, here's your challenge to innovate. You don't want school choice and you want this to go away, then we need you to innovate and do more things to make sure that we are tying education to economy. And we're not stopping just when the kid walks across the stage and saying we did our job, because that's just not good enough. And I'll admit that.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Recognize Senator Blunt for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just very briefly, I very much appreciate all of y'all coming. I appreciate the work you do. I know we all do. I appreciate the plain speaking that we've heard here today. And I would just ask, for all of the people who hold the jobs that you hold and all of the principals and teachers and people who work every day in the school district, doing what they do. I understand there is sometimes reluctance to speak plainly about issues that come before the legislature, and I respect that. I understand that there's too much politics, there's too much partisanship, and you need to be careful about, you know, when you weigh in on these questions. But this is an important question, and y'all came here today and told us what you think. And every member of this legislature wants to know what the superintendent and principals and PTA presidents and teachers in his or her district think, and they need to tell us. And I'm not telling anybody what to say, but they need to tell us and not be afraid to just share their opinion about something that is this important. And I appreciate y'all coming here today and doing that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Blunt. Any other? Senator McClendon, I recognize you first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to turn my back on y'all. I'm Mike McClendon. I'm up in Hernando at DeSoto County School District. And we're proud of that school district. I need to ask y'all a question. The fifth tier. Would y'all keep it or do away with it if you had the choice?
There's no doubt I would do away with it or change it to at least something comparable to what's there now. I'm just going to be honest with you. I spoke about my daughter earlier, and in an effort to keep her in, not only in Mississippi schools, but hopefully to keep her at home in Leakesville with me, and Dennis knows this, she was the valedictorian of her class last year at the high school. And as she got to the end of the year, she only had about 2 classes left. I made her miss the last 3 weeks of her senior year, and she went and took a job working in a school system next door as a cafeteria worker during the last 3 weeks of her senior year to get in the PERS system. She missed her last 3 weeks of her senior year. She probably don't understand that, not like Ellen said right now, but she will understand that one day. And I think, you know, I don't think 30 years is too much to add. I know that's for the current, but when you ask for 35 years to a young person, that's too, they're not going, you know, they're about today. And they're going to look at today and they're going to say, oh, okay, I can't do this for 35 years. Kids these days, this generation, they're not as loyal as as our generation is. We get a job, we take it, we keep it forever. And I just don't think we can keep them in. I think we can get some in the door, but I don't think we're going to ever be able to keep them in the door.
Well, it's not only teachers. You're talking about
Absolutely.
firemen,
Yeah.
police, sheriffs, all the entire group of public servants.
Which goes back to my issue that I mentioned about safety, because not only can we not find SROs, but our local sheriff's office is having a tremendous time as it is finding those. And with the new tier system, I don't know that they're going to get anybody either. So I don't know that it's even possible to staff us with the SRO, whatever school, thanks to that. But it definitely needs to be relooked at, I believe.
Thank you. I've got, we have our challenges up there with that big school district, 30-something thousand kids. And we've been in the spotlight here lately. Where we sit is a unique place in the state. The Tim Tebow law, where homeschoolers can play sports. Would it be fair if we're going to give a kid a check or however much it is to go to school, where they can go basically take that check and go rent them a house wherever they want to go rent it and be homeschooled and now be able to play where they want to pick and choose where they want to play? Throw a curveball, be in the band, whatever it might be. That's part of, I understand the why some folks want to homeschool and that's their choice. So be it. If we took athletics out of the picture and just said, you can be in the whatever, in the Rocket Club, would that be an option for that? No.
No, in a word. So I hope this doesn't seem or get too theoretical, but the reality is we pay for our fire departments. We pay for our police departments and safety officers. We pay to maintain our roads and all of these systems that are good for the community, for the populace. We together. You don't get to choose not to pay for the police and just say, well, you know, we'll be good right here if we bunker down. You don't get to do that. No one gets to do that. And while sure, you can say, but I'm not spending any money, my child is not in the school, so I'm not costing you any money to educate them or to cool them or heat them when they need to be. But the reality is, if something down the road, if your child at some point becomes a weight on this community, we are responsible for them. If they've not been prepared for a future, if they're not developing towards a career that they can pay into and contribute to community. And so we as a community cannot forget our collective responsibility for the populace, right? And I mean, it unfortunately goes for our penal system too. We all pay for that. And so the way that I see it, the way I try to rationalize it is we all have to chip in to the education of all our children. Whether you never had children, your children are grown and gone, or wherever you are in society, it benefits the populace. And I think we've got to continue to help folks to see that. There's never an opting out. Those children who are not prepared for a job or what have you, at some point, you will pay for them some way or another, some social service or, you know, penal system or what have you. We will pay for them.
Going along the lines, I got one more. If we allow in-district transfers, now I got chastised for saying the brand new high school at Hernando is a crown jewel of the state of Mississippi, but I still believe it. Brand new school, 36,000 kids in that one school district. We have 5 families a week that move to Hernando. Not a month, a week. 5 houses sold. If I allow 10, 20, however many kids to come to the Hernando High School, what do I say to these 5 families that are going to buy a house in 4 weeks?
It's real simple, in my opinion. You're telling those 5 families you're paying for the education of those kids coming from out of district, from your local contribution. That's what you're saying. I want to ask a question. Who is school choice for? And I think that's the question I would encourage you as our state legislators, as you're having these conversations. Who is school choice for? I want you to think about something, because this is what's being sold, I believe. School choice is for those Hispanic students in Scott County to be able to choose to go to a better, what they feel like is a better school. What school's going to choose that child? What school is going to choose that special education child that's going to cost, we heard a presentation earlier, that's going to cost $38,000 per pupil to educate. What school will choose that child? this is hypothetical, but you mentioned athletics before. We love I'm not going to be a hypocrite. I went to school for 2 reasons: to play ball and to walk Melissa Spears to class. Been married over 25 years, 27. I hope I got that right, baby, if you're watching. Who is school choice for? Ask those questions. I have a feeling in the state of Mississippi, the majority is going to be to play ball. Who is school choice for? And will that school, whatever school choice program ever comes to be, will the school choose that child? I encourage you to ask that question.
I want to thank all of y'all for being here, and it was very enlightening listening to you. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Senator McClendon. Senator Bryan.
I'm so old. I remember when the Mississippi Association of School Superintendents was an active player in public policy and did speak out on political issues, and we had a pretty good run. Then they got scared when the anti-education crowd bullied them. They got it in their head that if they would just give up Czechoslovakia, we could have peace in our time, and it did not work, and it's been downhill ever since. I generally agree with the things you're asking for. They all cost money. Over the past several years, we have reduced taxes to the tune of more than $1 billion a year in perpetuity, indexed for inflation, because we thought we didn't need that money, I suppose. I didn't hear y'all complaining about that. Last year, there was a move to abolish the state income tax to take $2 or $3 billion a year extra out of the general fund in perpetuity, indexed for inflation. I didn't see y'all down here fighting that. I didn't see a bunch of other people down here speaking out against that. And so it's on the books. Elections have consequences. There's no question, but the House leadership has been pursuing policies which were detrimental to public education for years. Abolishing the income tax, which they have a fixation about, and I'll ask you, do you think anybody in the state of Mississippi was pushing that? Were people running for public office on the platform of I'll reduce the state income tax? It's all driven by a well-funded, far-right group of ideologues from outside the state that apparently are controlling the House, but that got passed with the votes of members of the House of Representatives who were elected in these elections we have every 4 years, and they have consequences. All of this talk about school choice and vouchers, that's not being pushed by people in Mississippi, not by the rank and file people of Mississippi. That's all been funded by out-of-state people. And I'll tell you, part of the big problem is they want their hands on the money. If they can just get the money that has historically been spent on public education away from the public schools, they've got 16 zillion ways to funnel it to their own pockets. That's exactly what some of them have done. That's exactly what's driving this. Unless something changes, unless average people start speaking out, we're going to continue to have the same situation where the House is controlled by ideologues and the Senate capitulates to them. I've heard discussions about school choice in which people say, well, you know, there's some House members in a terrible situation because the Speaker supports school choice, but their constituents don't. I don't understand why that's a problem, but apparently that's where we are. Thank you for your work in public education. Thank you for coming. I think the future's grim and it's gonna get grimmer.
Senator Bryan, thank you. I recognize Senator Norwood, please. Top that one, please.
I can't touch it. Mr. Chairman, I would just like to, first of all, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Chairman, because I think it, I don't know how the superintendents were selected, but I think you chose, a great group to be advocates for public education, and I can appreciate the conversation coming from all of them. And when you look at or listen to this morning's session compared to what you heard this afternoon, there's a direct contrast. And I can appreciate them shooting straight forward, willing to be held accountable, and willing to be innovative and creative in the efforts to move their districts and our students forward. So I'd like to thank you, and I'd like to thank you all for your participation.
Thank you. Any further questions by any person?
I do. I just
Senator
want to
Wiggins?
ask Mr. Breland how they let a Yankee represent the farm country of Greene County, because, it's good stuff up there, but yet we got a Yankee, and I don't even know if that chairman could have made it through the Greene County School District in the first place.
Yeah, that's a long story, isn't it, Charles? All right. I appreciate the committees for being here at this late hour. I appreciate the four of you for being here. I believe you had a conference you just came from, so you've had a long day and a long week already. I spoke to each of you many times, and I appreciate everything you all do. And I'm here. I got some questions I'm going to reach out to some of you about later. But I appreciate your opinions. I appreciate your point of view, appreciate your experience and expertise, and appreciate your willingness to serve as long as you have and continue to do so. So thank you so much. I appreciate everybody for being here, and we are adjourned.